Welcome, everyone. Welcome to United Against Hate Day here at the Commonwealth Club World Affairs of California. Thank you so much for being here with us here in person and all of you who are joining us online. I'm Michelle Miao, a member of the Board of Governors for the Commonwealth Club and also producer of the Michelle Miao Show, which is your A through Z covering the LGBT, LMNOP, and everyone in between. Well, if you're just joining us here in person, I encourage you to come and join us, grab a seat as far or up close as possible as people trickle in. We have a great half-day summit here at the club. It's the first time that we're doing this in partnership with the California Civil Rights Department, and we're really excited to do it. But as you know, and might be familiar with, United Against Hate Week is a thing. It's September 21st through the 27th. So we encourage you to be a part of as many events and activations as possible. And we're very grateful that you chose today to be here with us. We're grateful and thankful to our sponsor today, Blue Shield of California, who made today possible. And we're also grateful and thankful to the Bamboo, who has graciously sponsored lunch and the reception this afternoon. The Bamboo is the voice of the voiceless, an organization who supports the Southeast Asian community and oftentimes work with victims of assault, domestic violence, and now even helping with those who have been abused through the financial system. And so I'd like to just introduce really quickly Tookie Clayton, who's the executive director of the Bamboo, just to say a warm hello.
Hi, everybody. So hate is no place for our society. Together, we stand United Agent AIDS. I believe that love unites our greatest strength in fighting hate and creating the world where everyone feels safe and respect. Love wins everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully you all are enjoying lunch. It smells really, really, really good, and I feel bad for y'all who are joining us online. You should be here. We've got, again, a great day for you. It's a half-day summit, and so again, we encourage you to sit up close to the front as possible as people trickle in. Some programs that are coming up include a panel on building a cross-coalition against hate. We also have a panel that will be demystifying gender affirmation care. We have a youth panel, and then finally, we also have a panel that will discuss our differences through civic engagement. And then last but not least, I know you're all here and you're waiting for it, we have a healing celebration that will happen on the rooftop. It's a beautiful day for it, and so we'll even have some performers. So hopefully you'll stay through the entire day. Some housekeeping stuff very quickly. Gender-neutral bathrooms, single stalls are up on the 3rd floor, so just take the elevator up to the 3rd floor. And also here, the restrooms right outside to your left. Feel free to use the restroom that you choose. Well, without further ado, let's get our half-day summit started. Not in our town, actually, are the folks who have started United Against Hate Week and lots of activations to fight against hate. And so before we get to our panel, we're going to play some videos for you.
We stand united against hate.
El Sobrani,
Alameda County,
Emeryville, Fremont, California,
Oakland,
Contra Costa County.
We've seen a rise in hate crimes.
I often feel unsafe.
no one should be killed because of the color of their skin.
No one should feel uncomfortable leaving their home.
And if I'm not safe, you're not safe.
Come together with other Bay Area communities.
Join us for a week of action, November 11th to 18th, as we stand united against hate.
Learn about local action at unitedagainsthateweek.org.
My name is Harshdeep Singh Nanda. I'm a student at UC Berkeley. I'm a native of Fremont, California. We stand united against hate. I'm the first of my family to be born and raised in America. This is my home. And in my situation, being a man now, wearing a turban and walking around with a full beard, I often feel unsafe. And I'm sure there are other people who feel unsafe around me. And that makes me sad. And I don't think it should be that way. And I would really appreciate if everyone can come together and understand who I am, and I would also like to take the step to understand others. I really encourage everyone from all of the Bay Area to come out and really define what this event is for and come together November 11th through 18th for Bay Area Stands United Against Hate.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are y'all doing? Thank you all so much for being here. My name is Anthony Rodriguez, and I'm here to represent Not in Our Town and Unite Against Hate Week. Today I'll be speaking with two leaders in the movement of communities across the nation. Mayor Jesse Adeguin, who is my boss, as a matter of fact, who works as the mayor for the city of Berkeley, and Marin County District Attorney Lori Fragoli. I wanted to first start by describing a little bit of the history of Unite Against Hate Week, how we got here before we launch into this half-day summit. We know that hate is an urgent threat to our communities, our country, and our world. Many of us have witnessed hate firsthand in the streets of our neighborhoods. Many of us have seen the troubling images, for instance, of a San Francisco chef, a Black woman, who was brutally beaten in a racist attack in the financial district. Sadly, the rise in anti-Asian hate, especially among our Asian elders, has climbed since 2020, leaving many feeling very vulnerable and reluctant to leave their homes. The demonization of our LGBTQ community, especially those who are transgender and non-binary, have especially felt that they are fair game or vulnerable to attacks of hate. Immigrants are the targets of an unprecedented escalation of targets of hate speech and dehumanization. Jews, Muslims, and Palestinians are experiencing real violence and fear in the wake of the war in Gaza and Israel. We know where this leads, and we've seen the deadly consequences when action is not taken. For example, 7 people were killed at the Sikh temple in Wisconsin in 2012, considered the deadliest hate killing since 4 little girls were killed at a Black church in Birmingham, Alabama in 1964. Since then, we've seen mass killings from 10 people in Buffalo, 9 in Charleston, 11 at the Tree of Synagogue in Pittsburgh, 23 Latinos in El Paso, 49 people at an LGBTQ nightclub in Orlando, and then in Colorado Springs. But these are horrific mass shootings that make the news. Hate happens every day and causes incalculable harm. Recent statistics of hate reported by law enforcement underscore the alarming trend of hate incidents in California. The state has reported that hate crimes nearly doubled from 1,015 in 2019 to 1,970 in 2023. These figures, compounded with the reality that hate crimes and incidents are typically underreported nationwide, underscore the urgent need to take action to protect and support our communities. So you might be wondering, why are we here today? We are here to talk about what each of us can do, what each of us can do in our own communities, and how we can become leaders in our own right. Not in Our Town was founded back in the 90s with a PBS film about the community of Billings, Montana, responding to escalating acts of hate against their neighbors. It was a half-hour story focused on what ordinary citizens did to take back their own town from white supremacists. The film inspired 100 screenings across the US, and cities began identifying with the name Not in Our Town, using it as a rally cry to launch campaigns against racism and hate. The film's producers at the working group have been following the actions of local leaders banding together to stop hate and have resulted in 7 public television specials, including When Hate Happens Here, that was filmed with KQED, and the latest film, Repairing the World, Stories from the Tree of Life. In the aftermath of Charlottesville, white supremacists started marching through the streets of our very towns here in the Bay Area, including Berkeley, Oakland, and San Francisco. City leaders like Mayor Adeguin initiated a poster campaign that has spread across the Bay Area and even as far as corners of the US. Not in Our Town gathered leaders from 13 cities in their office in downtown Oakland in early 2018 to ask about the posters and to see what they wanted to do next. Unite Against Hate Week emerged from that meeting. Our group of leaders has grown substantially since then. LA vs. Hate, a program of the LA County Human Rights Commission, joined us in 2020, expanding the Week of Action to Southern California. led by the California Civil Rights Department, CaliforniaVersusHate.org was formed last year to help all California residents respond to hate crimes, guiding residents in the support they need across languages, locations, and cultures. We are honored to have both California Versus Hate and LA Versus Hate join us to stop the hate program as partners with us for Unite Against Hate Week. Now, in our 6th year, Unite Against Hate Week has spread to over 200 communities and schools across the US. I wanted to share a little bit about what makes Unite Against Hate Week so significant. Unite Against Hate Week is designed to get people not only into the door, but in conversation with one another so that we can take action in our local communities. And I want to be the first, if not one of many people, to invite you to take action and be a part of the engagement for 2024. We're in it. This is the week of action that we're in. So you being here today is taking one very brave step towards stamping out hate. You can find more information at uniteagainsthateweek.org. There you can find resources such as the Community Action Toolkit, which is geared for anyone to pick up, anyone to start an event, anyone to take action. There you'll also find a calendar of events where if you have something that you have heard about, something you want to participate in, you can check our calendar. It's very dynamic. And there you can find what city, host, and details are involved with that event. This work takes many leaders to become part of this coalition. Many of the elected leaders and community leaders that you see here today are part of that unified voice to stand up against hate. I feel really fortunate to be joined today by 2 of those leaders that have been with us since the beginning in 2018. I wanted to first talk about things that have happened more recently, though. As part of the multiple events that are happening throughout the US, we're fortunate to have cities such as Las Vegas hold a unity walk that was sponsored by the US Attorney's Office and the Attorney General of Nevada. In Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, the local and national PBS stations teamed up with diverse community leaders from across Lehigh Valley for a screening and discussion of repairing the world. In Providence, Rhode Island, they are hosting a variety show against hate. And in Watchung, New Jersey, the high school football game has a Unite Against Hate Week theme, shining the Friday night lights on a community standing together. Here in the Bay Area, Daly City held a Love Not Hate event on Saturday. The mayors of most of the cities along the peninsula and Alameda County have posted video messages such as these, and we're having more join and be posted on a daily basis. All of these efforts take leadership from cities, state communities, state leaders, US attorneys, community organizations, faith groups, and citizen activists. I want to bring up to the stage 2 of those leaders, Mayor Jesse Adeguin, who helped found United Against Hate Week, and Marin District Attorney Lori Fragoli, who has helped engage her community in standing up to hate since she was elected in 2018. Please give a round for those 2 leaders. Hi, welcome. Good to see you too. I want to start with you, Mayor Adeguin. You were there since the inception in 2018. You've seen the ralliers come into MLK Park, and I can imagine how much of an impact that has had on you. Can you first speak to the origins of the poster campaign that came out of that and why you want residents to take a stand?
Well, I want to thank the Commonwealth Club for having us today, and thank you all for being here. It's so important that we come together to continue this important campaign that all of our communities stand united against hate. And the genesis of this campaign was born out of the experiences in the city of Berkeley in 2017, where we saw the presence of the Proud Boys, neo-Nazis and white supremacists march on the streets of our city. But just to put it in context, I was elected mayor of Berkeley the same night that Donald Trump was elected president. And that was a very bittersweet evening. And we saw immediately the impact of Trump's election throughout our communities with the rise of Islamophobia and other hate crimes. And our city took immediate action to pass a resolution and take a strong stance against the rise of Islamophobia and other hate crimes that we were, anti-Semitism that we were seeing in our community. And it's only gotten worse since then. But little did I expect that one of the first challenges that I would encounter as the mayor of Berkeley, not how to address the housing crisis or homelessness or crime, but literally the presence of the Proud Boys using our city as a platform to engage in violent provocation, to use our city as a platform to espouse hate speech. This all started when the UC Berkeley had invited Milo Yiannopoulos and other right-wing provocateurs to speak on the Berkeley campus, and when the far right, when Milo was not able to speak, created literally the fake news that Berkeley was hostile to conservative viewpoints and to freedom of speech. And the far right seized that narrative and over a series of months came to Berkeley without any permits, certainly without being invited, to come and to rally and to engage in violent provocation. And I have to say, I was scared. I was scared for my community. And I was also very angry. It's very angry that this is happening in my city and in the Bay Area, that these individuals who are saying horrible things, anti-Semitic, homophobic, anti-Latino, things that do not reflect the views of my community, and using our streets as a platform for hate. And there was one incident in April where literally people were engaged in physical confrontation. We later learned that these groups who would later be protesting in Charlottesville and Seattle and Portland and other cities throughout the United States were literally using Berkeley as a training ground for their organizing and their tactics. Thankfully, many of them have been held accountable and been prosecuted for what they did. But Berkeley was the first city where we saw this, the fact that the far right and that white supremacists felt comfortable coming out of the shadows and felt comfortable marching openly on the streets of our cities. And so I remember watching what happened in Charlottesville in August and being extremely worried about what was going to happen just a few weeks later in Berkeley when there was a planned demonstration in our city and also in San Francisco. And so I was concerned about my residents being in an environment where they could be harmed. But I know so many people in my city wanted to speak out. They wanted to send a very strong and clear and loud message that hate has no place in our city. So I want to just give special thanks to Jacqueline McCormick, who from the mayor's office, who came up with the idea working with me to inspire this poster campaign so that there's some action that we can all collectively take to make it clear that hate has no place in Berkeley, hate has no place in Oakland, hate has no place in our communities throughout the Bay Area. And so we didn't know whether this would gain traction or not when we printed the 20,000 posters, and Oakland printed their 20,000 posters. But immediately our community responded, and still to this day it fills me with immense pride to see signs in the windows of Berkeley residents that say Berkeley stands united against hate. And that gave rise to other cities joining this campaign, reaching out to us organically, asking, how can we get these posters? How can we get involved? And that's what led to the birth of United Against Hate Week and the United Against Hate movement, obviously, which has now grown to a national campaign and is so important now more than ever with the rise of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and anti-LGBT hate crimes. It is so important that we stand together and speak out against hate.
Thank you. I also have to say I'm very proud that Berkeley has taken a lead every year in United Against Hate Week in organizing Bay Area and communities nationwide. Why should city leaders get involved? Some might say that's not our job. What's your response to that?
I'm happy to speak on this and let the district attorney also weigh in. It is absolutely our responsibility to get involved. One of our number one priorities as mayors and as city officials is to look out for the safety of our community. And we have seen the rise of hate speech and hate and hate give rise, as you noted in your earlier comments, to violence and to mass shootings, other types of violent crime. We remembered just not too long ago seeing in the streets of Oakland people targeting Asian elders and other Asian Americans, and obviously the insane anti-Asian hate speech that Trump was spouting, definitely encourage that kind of hateful action. So it is important that we speak out. It's important that we raise awareness about what are hate crimes, what are hate incidents, why it's important that we take a very strong, clear, unequivocal stand against hate, and that we increase victim support and resources to help support people who are victims of hate crimes or hate incidents, that we strengthen our laws to hold people accountable who commit hate crimes and hate incidents, and that we create a climate in our communities of love and tolerance and inclusivity. It's absolutely critical that we do that. And so I think it is my responsibility to be part of this, to continue to speak out consistently against hate, and because it's really about how we keep our communities safe, how we keep our communities inclusive, how we make our communities welcome for everyone.
Yeah, I certainly want to hear from you, DA Fergoli. What is the role of a district attorney in all of this? Why is it so important for you to be involved?
It's important, number one, because I live in my community, but I ask people to support and vote for me as the number one law enforcement official in the county. I don't run around with a uniform, but when law enforcement conducts investigations, they're sent to us to consider for filing charges. And so people look to us for safety. And they also accountability of citizens who commit crimes and people who commit crimes and law enforcement. So we're considered a big safety net. That's how I look at my office, but it's also our job to educate the community about hate crimes. And I have a story about how a community really rose up in Marin and created some hate crime legislation out of a horrible incident that wasn't really handled properly at the outset by me, after people looked to me to support them and file criminal charges in a case where I simply wasn't able to, because what happened was a young man. Do you want me to tell the story? Is that okay? Or all right. Yeah. So some people have heard it before, but I think it's compelling, and I also agree with everything the mayor said. But I also think we have to be strong and we have to be hopeful. And I think this day, if nothing else, I hope you walk away with hope when you hear about all the leaders and justice partners and community people who are stepping up to stand up against hate. There is hope, and we need to keep hope, because these are devastating situations. People are being murdered and harmed and bullied. And so what happened in Marin in 2020, a young man was walking through one of our smaller towns in Fairfax, and he had some stickers with they had swastikas on them, and I think it said something like, "We are always here," or "We are always present." And he was walking around downtown and sticking these stickers on, I think, mailboxes and a bike rack and places like that. And another young man who lived in town started following him and removing the stickers as he did that, which is an important piece of the story, and videotaping it while he did that and asking this young man, "What are you doing? I'm Jewish. What are you doing this? Do you know how harmful that is and how hateful that is?" And the gentleman just kept saying, "Oh, I believe in the ideology. I believe in the ideology." And so, sorry for the term gentleman. I'm just trying to be clear, I guess, or correct. But so the videos were taken. The young man who was putting up the stickers was contacted by the police. They wrote a report, sent it to my office. The other young man was very upset. The community was in uproar. And literally overnight, this was a national incident. And we have a very small county of 250,000 people. And I had only been in office since 2019, so we really weren't equipped to handle this properly, even though we'd been dealing with Patrice and gone to forums, and she ended up being very helpful with us. So at the end of the day, because those stickers didn't cause permanent damage, it was not a vandalism and it was not a crime. And so that caused me to create a press release with all these inquiries, and I had a petition with 1,000 people signed it nationally, asking me to prosecute the charges. I had expert former prosecutors and defense attorneys who were saying that it was a crime, and it wasn't. And ultimately, the Attorney General put information on his website kind of clarifying the difference between an incident and vandalism, and what is an incident of hate and what is a crime of hate. And we also have that on my website as well at the District Attorney's Office. So in the meantime, I we wrote this and disseminated it to all the people who were asking. And the way we addressed not filing the charges were that there was insufficient evidence. And that's a term that prosecutors use nationally. We say it probably 20 times a week in incidents. And I didn't realize until it was brought up to me later that was a really dismissive way to address this situation that was harmful to people. But sometimes you do things and you don't really stop and think that your words matter and that your actions matter and that people are harmed even by saying not enough evidence. So I ended up having a forum, and Patrice was there, the FBI was there, local leaders were there, community leaders, social justice partners. It was over 2 hours, and I think there were 200 or 300 people online, and it was very. It was not necessarily at the end of the day a positive situation because people were still hurt. And Seth Brisk from ADL was one of our participants, and I thank him to this day publicly and to his face for telling me, Ms. Fragoli, people, especially in the anti-Semitic cases, hear prosecutors across the nation use this term, insufficient evidence. And I said, yeah, we do use that term. And he said, do you know how painful that is when you're a person of Jewish faith and something so painful that has so much significant and generations of pain inflicted upon people that they carry with them? Do you realize how painful that is to hear prosecutors just kind of, without a lot of concern or just like it's a part of business to use a term like that? It's really hurtful. And he really caused me to stop and think more how our words and actions matter, particularly as leaders. And in that particular situation and similar situations, I do now change the way that I talk about these things, and I do put more emphasis into why we can't file a case or why we can file a case or why we chose certain crimes versus other crimes people think it might be. But out of that came a beautiful thing, a group called NOAH, Name, Own, Abolish Hate, and I think a couple of them are online with us today. They called my office and wanted to meet with me, and I said, I'd be happy to meet with you if you meet first with our restorative justice partner. We have a restorative justice practitioner who works in our office in the community, and I said, I want to have a positive conversation out of all this. And so they did that. They met, and the first meeting, they said, hey, we get it. It wasn't a crime. How can we help you create laws that we can get passed to help you do your job and hold people accountable for hate? So we got them to have meetings with local legislators, and sure enough, they were able to pass some crime that evened out some of the punishments for the display of these kind of things. Like the punishment for nooses was less than the punishment for burning a cross, and so they got some continuity in the legislation and also expanded to places where it could be a criminal act if you display these items that are known and recognized as hate symbols. So I think that's just a beautiful message of taking something horrible and painful for a community and coming up with a positive answer and giving prosecutors the tools to actually hold people accountable for these crimes. And so I honor those people for that. And I think the hope is really what we're talking about today, and also how can we hold people more accountable. So I feel like it was my obligation to follow through on that. And the first time I met Patrice, I learned so much from her. I never stopped learning from her or people at these forums. So I'm grateful you're all here today. I love this diverse group, and I'm glad you took the time to be here and tell 5 people you know what you learned today. It really makes a difference.
No, I completely agree. And thank you for bringing us back to where this kind of the mechanization of getting law enforcement what they need to enforce, but then also to create a more robust enforcement policy around this. I wanted to touch on two things before actually asking for the distinction between what is an incident and a crime. Two things that were brought up. One, Patrice O'Neill is one of the founders for Not in Our Town. She was unable to be here today, but I want to give a shout out to her because this work is really carried on her backs and the backs of her team. And I just want to give an extraordinary amount of gratitude to her and all those that were involved. Second, I want to remind people that they can anonymously report hate crimes on CaliforniaVersusHate.org or to local law enforcement if you so choose. As was referenced, the more data and information that's collected, not only are we able to gather and be able to pinpoint where we're seeing spikes with the qualities or characteristics of hate crimes and incidents are, but then we can hand over that data to law enforcement, to policymakers to do with that as they will. But like I was mentioning, what is the distinction between a hate crime incident and a hate crime itself? Why is it important to understand that difference and to report on both of those?
Yeah, it's important to report any incident of hate or hateful behavior because you don't know if we might already have information that will help us prove the person's mental state. And that's the real issue with the hate crimes is we have to prove their mental state, that they're committing a crime because the person they're committing this crime against is of a certain race or even perceived. The person doesn't have to be what they're perceiving them to be of their sexual orientation or their race or color or religion. And there's a whole litany of list of people who, and classifications that qualify as something that can be the reason for a person to have bias in their mind and hate in their mind and commit a crime. So for instance, if I were to, or somebody were to punch someone, that's a simple battery. So that crime stands alone on itself. But if somebody batters someone and punches them while they're calling them a racist name or what they perceive them to be of a certain race, then that could be a hate enhancement that we can attach to the crime. So usually the hate stands alone in a person's mind, and then the crime sometimes stands alone also if we can't get that evidence to show why the person committed a crime. And so these people are learning how to commit these crimes. They're learning how to throw little baggies with rice and anti-Semitic content around in the community. So it's not, they don't, first of all, we don't know who they are, and we know they're doing it in the middle of the night, but it's intended to really terrorize communities and put fear in people when they see this in their driveway. And so these people they know the law. They probably have looked at my website and the Attorney General's website, and they know exactly how to walk that line where they'll say something generic like the other man did in Fairfax. I really believe in the ideology. So that's, if he said something more specific, like I did it because he's X or Y or whatever, then we could prosecute them. But when they say something so kind of vague like that, I really believe, and I think people through the years understand that that's intentional. They've probably been told that's what to say. And they're so bold in our city in Novato, they're going in front of the schools and putting anti-Semitic flyers on the cars of students who are in the school. So, and that's, so local officials and also on a statewide level, we're just trying to find the line that we can not violate free speech, but yet hold people accountable for this behavior, which is clearly intended to frighten people and intimidate them.
Mayor, do you have something?
Yeah, I just want to add, I mean, we've had that incident of people dropping off bags with anti-Semitic flyers, but in one case, bags with rat poison. Oh, wow. At people's homes. So we are looking into that as a hate crime, and we know the group is responsible for it. One of the challenges as a mayor or anyone who chairs any government agency is the rise of Zoom bombing. And the Constitution as well as state law do afford a great deal of latitude to people to be able to speak and participate in public meetings and to exercise their First Amendment right. And we've seen groups of people who are very sophisticated who will come into in person or on Zoom in some cases, they're actually not even hiding. They're actually coming to government meetings and are saying incredibly hateful, anti-Semitic, hateful things. And this is a challenge, and we're going to have to figure out how to deal with this. And it's going to require state legislation to look at how we thread the needle with our state open government laws to really define this as separate from, allowing for public access and free speech in public meetings, because it's obviously upsetting. It creates an environment where people don't feel safe, and it normalizes this type of hateful behavior. And people are getting very sophisticated about how to thread the needle and how to find a way to be openly hateful and fall within the four corners of what the law allows.
Thanks for sharing that. And I might know of a future state leader who can help with influencing the change of that policy. But something I wanted to touch on was what you brought up, D.A. Fergoli, which is this culture of those bad actors, those that do want to seek out and produce harm. I think there is another side of that, though, which is people who want to create a culture of standing up against hate. I mean, everyone in this room, I think, can take part in that. And I want to speak from a sense of huge pride that you, Mayor Edegin, have been a persistent voice in the community to call out hate and to call out incidents as they happen. When leaders talk about what's normal and what's not normal, that is very courageous. That is very brave. And it starts to shift the narrative at the local level on what is okay and adopt these other normalizing qualities on what it takes for all of us to stand up against hate. With that in mind, your actions certainly create a lot of vitality and create a lot of bravery among city officials, school officials, those that work in departments to speak up and do something about hate. What is your outlook on how future leaders can continue to bravely stand up to hate in their local communities?
Well, we want to get every city, every county to be part of this movement. So we really encourage you to spread the word to your local leaders, to have them participate, because it's extremely important. And I'm proud that, 7 years later, it's spread statewide, it's spread nationally, but every city should be part of this because hate has no place anywhere in our country. I think we have a responsibility as leaders of the communities we are elected to represent to take a very strong, clear, unequivocal stand, and to call out hate that is beyond our borders too. And Night Against Hate Week shouldn't just be 1 week. It needs to be a year-long commitment. So, it involves outreach and around organizing, coalition building, and then obviously using the tools that we have as prosecutors or policymakers to pass laws and to create an environment where there is accountability and people feel supported. And there's a lot more work we have to do. There's a lot more. People don't know what to do people don't even know that they may be the victim of a hate crime. Mm-hmm. So part of it's how we educate people about what is a hate crime or what is a hate incident and why it's important to speak out. We need to support people who've gone through these very painful, difficult experiences. And we need to have more legal tools to be able to hold people accountable, because this is not going away. People feel emboldened. They feel emboldened to march on streets with tiki torches. They feel emboldened to Zoom bomb government meetings, to put bags of rat poison and horrible anti-Semitic flyers in people's driveways. And it's really, this isn't who we are as a country. So we have a lot more work to do.
Certainly. And I want to give you, D.A. Fergoli, a chance to respond, but also give the context to what's happening in Marin, what you see that's going on as leaders of any shape and size are taking a stand. I know that the city of San Rafael is making a visual statement in the area about standing up against hate.
Right. We have a lot of great things going on in Marin, and we just posted this on our Facebook at the Marin County DA. Anybody from Marin County is interested. The city of San Rafael is having a proclamation, and they have an United Against Hate Week inspired reading list. They have a banner in downtown San Rafael, a social media campaign, and the county actually has an equity officer who is also posting all these things on a county level so that everybody's aware of it and support of that. We have a resolution, I think tomorrow, in front of our or maybe it's next week, in front of our Board of Supervisors. They always recognize United Against Hate Week. In fact, we've had forums right there in the Board of Supervisors in the county building there. So, and then Novato also has some things going on, the Asian American Alliance in Marin. We have some information about that. And Mill Valley also has a lot of events going on where they're going to be out in the community. So it's really inspiring to see. And I think as far as I said, we have to really be mindful, and people are watching us as leaders and listening to us, and what we say and do does matter. Our actions matter. So one thing that I've done, and people have seen this before if you're from Marin, we initially started out with Novato Stands United Against Hate, and now we're kind of expanding it to Marin. So if you walk into my office, one of the first things you'll see is the kind of the pillars of what we stand for. And this is our Marin Stands United Against Hate poster. It's prominently shown in Spanish and English in my front lobby. And then we also have information about safe gun storage and gun suicide, and also human trafficking. We have a beautiful picture from a nationally known artist who depicts faces of people who have been trafficked. And so we have that in our front lobby too. And I think that speaks volumes when people walk into my office and see what we stand for. But you have to go beyond that and get out in the community like we're doing, and make sure people see you and hear you and listen to their pains. And sometimes they have great ideas on legislation, as I said. So it's really important. We do have some legislation. We've been working on it 3 years. So far it's hit the wall, but we're going to try again. And it was to give law enforcement the power to get a search warrant to search people's, usually it's computers and phones and anything that might have that kind of evidence we're talking about, like chat rooms that tell you what to say and how to say it, and where to put stickers in public places, not private places, and where you can, drop your anti-Semitic materials and probably not be prosecuted. But if we could get that information off somebody's computer or a phone, that would give us the tools we need to show why they committed that crime. Right now, we can't do it if they're misdemeanor crimes, and the vast majority of the crimes in Marin are misdemeanors, like batteries, vandalism, some kind of usually threats. So it's been difficult for us when we know that's what we probably have, to go that extra step. And this would be with judicial scrutiny, so it wouldn't just be an officer's word. Somebody would have to report it, the officer would make a determination, and a judge would make a determination. So, I'm holding out hope for that. It's, this is gonna be the highlight of my career if we get that done. So hopefully someday.
I'm keeping the faith, and like you were saying, hope as well. And these are just some examples of elected leaders who are taking action, but there are local leaders, unelected, many of us in this room, who have taken action, such as a woman, Susan Porter Beckstead, who might be in the audience today or might be watching virtually. She had been promoting the passage of a resolution in the city and county of San Francisco. We're really proud that the city and county have passed a resolution every single year, but Susan has certainly made a little bit more of an involved approach with Supervisor Dean Preston, demonstrating how residents can take up action among local leaders, elected or not. We are running short on time, and so I realize that we might only have an opportunity to have a question from the audience, just one. Michelle has a microphone here, but as we get the audience warmed up, if this is your first United Against Hate Week action event, please put your hand up. I would love to see just a quick poll of who's taking action for the first time ever. Yeah, I'm seeing about half, close to a full dozen here. Thank you for being here. We have one question from the audience, yes.
Has lots of. He said, hit them psychologically and financially, meaning his opponents. And one of the ways I think that the MAGA, which to me is a kind of hate group, maybe not every single person in it is, but they're extreme. One of the ways psychologically is to turn people into pariahs. So that's one of the hate tactics I would like everyone to be aware of. If anyone is telling you to treat someone, that is a psychological tactic. Do your own research or do your own sense how the person presented themselves, who they are. But just to be aware that not all hate is just graffitis and swastikas, that it can be. I appreciate everybody. I appreciate Commonwealth Club. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I appreciate your comment. We really want to hear from the audience about both here, but find us afterwards as well on any questions you may have. I want to quickly wrap up, though, to keep us on time. Need to do a shout out for a screening that's going to be happening this Thursday in Rialto. There'll be this Repairing the World screening event that's going to be happening in the city of El Cerrito. I apologize, at the Rialto Cerrito Cinemas. Please join. It's free for everybody. Not in our town. Patrice O'Neill will be there, and it's an opportunity to gather and hold a discussion about this very critical issue. And I also want to show a quick flash of just a small minutia of communities that are represented. We are continuously on a daily basis getting requests for unique posters to be created to represent your city's participation, your community's participation, whether it is a knitting group that you have, an entire city that you want to represent. We have had a group of city clerks come to us and ask for a poster to be represented. So please do reach out. We're happy to grow our coalition and expand, and hopefully we'll see your poster up here. With that being said, I just want to once again remind you all that you can report hate crimes to your local law enforcement or to californiaversushate.org. That information is incredibly crucial. We want to make sure that we instill a sense of trust between elected leaders, law enforcement, so that you can come to us and report hate crimes. There's also a number that you can reach with a multitude of different languages that you can report hate crimes, 1-833-8-NO-HATE, or by visiting californiaversushate.org for those resources. One of my colleagues, Candace Reyes, is in the back and has flyers and other materials for you to review as well. Please, please get involved in Unite Against Hate Week. Download the community toolkit and other resources that you can use. Together, we can stand up against hate. Thank you all, and thank you to the speakers as well.
And if you're from Marin, we've got these for you, or come to my office.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll just turn right over to our next panel. I'd like to welcome Tom Temprano from Equality California, Kavya Parthaban from the Disability Rights of California, Adam Ryan Chang of Oasis Legal, Michael G. Pappas from San Francisco Interfaith Council, and Amber Bundy Davis from Blue Shield of California. We're going to focus our conversation on building a cross-community coalition against hate. So let's give a big, big welcome to our panelists. Here. I don't need a chair. That's great. Yay. I'll go ahead and ask the questions from down here, but I think this is good because then we can have an interactive conversation, and I'll walk the floor for those of you who want to participate in this conversation. However, I'm going to do one thing though. Adam, would you mind grabbing my cell phone there? Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Okay, so we heard from the previous panel hate incidents versus hate crimes are. I think we can start from this conversation with these panelists on what hate actually is. I think, right, for us personally, but also from a community organizing point of view. So we'll start with Adam. What is hate?
Okay, thank you for the invitation, Michelle. So honored to be up here with fellow panelists and learned a lot from the prior panel as well. I think it's really important when you have time, space, energy designated to addressing something like hate. It's actually this kind of amorphous, intangible concept, isn't it? Because based on who you are, your lived experiences, your place, your geography, your time, all of this factors into how you might experience hate. And so I want to ask really quickly, raise your hand if you've heard of the concept or the term intersectionality, right? The thing that everything is connected in some shape or form. And so when I asked myself to really examine hate, growing up as a young queer person born and raised in San Francisco, immigrant parents and grandparents, queer and trans people should not be called the F word. I've learned that my Black peers should not be called the N word. And yet, when I hear about hate, I think about how hate isn't actually the root. The root to hate is a combination of fear, misunderstanding, disenfranchisement, economic disenfranchisement. These are the roots of hate. Hate then becomes a branch. It leads to misogyny, sexism, homophobia, Islamophobia, all the things that were named and mentioned. But I think about hate this way, and I encourage all of us to continue to examine intersectionality, the approach to defining hate, what it is, and be critical when you think you've landed on some justifiable definition of what is hate. Ask yourself again, because the moment you stop asking and examining what hate is, you kind of rest in this sweet spot that can lead to further promotion of someone else's misunderstanding of hate. Let me pause there.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Michelle, for this invitation. I'm Michael Pappas. I, for the past 18 years, have directed the San Francisco Interfaith Council. We have over 800 communities of faith and religious institutions in San Francisco, and a lot of our work is centered around combating hate. Actually, my United Against Hate week started yesterday at Grace Cathedral. Unknowingly, I had no clue that the sermon was going to be on hate. And afterwards, I talked to one of my board members, and I said, you know, hate is a 4-letter word. And she said, yes, but so is love. And I think hate is really the absence of love, if you will. We happen to be this planet of tribes, not just a planet of people, but a planet of tribes. And tribes, more often than not, tend to claim exclusivity when it comes to the truth. And all of a sudden, everybody else is the other. And it's usually the people who are vulnerable. It's usually the people who don't have power who are usually the ones that kind of get beaten up and are made to be the other. I was thinking just the other day, there's a presidential candidate who was praising Taylor Swift. And in a strange way, he was praising her. And then when she came out and endorsed Kamala Harris, overnight, he tweeted, "I hate Taylor Swift." My daughter's a Swiftie, and so I learned a lot in all of this. But Taylor Swift automatically became a threat. And when somebody is a threat, there you have an expression of hate. I mean, it was right in front of us. We in the San Francisco Interfaith Council were born 35 years ago, and we were born out of 2 crises. But our mission is an interesting one. We bring together people of different faiths to do what? To celebrate religious diversity, to build understanding among people through building relationships, and to serve our community. In essence, we are trying to counter what history has taught us, and that there are a lot of conflicts between people of different tribes, and more often than not, people of different faiths. And I will reserve further comment on that for other questions, but I think that's sufficient for now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Amber Bundy Davis, and I'm here representing Blue Shield of California, which I have the honor and privilege of serving as our Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And as I think about it, I've been thinking about this term hate, and I don't have a Webster's Dictionary definition of hate, but I know how hate makes me feel. And I know how hate reflects and manifests itself in my children, or the people that I work with, or the people that I interact day to day. And so how I actually define and approach hate is opposing that, right? And so bringing with me a natural light and energy into spaces so that we can have those conversations about, if you're saying you hate something, or you're displaying actions or behaviors that show that you hate something, what's under that? You talked about that knowledge and understanding. I think it starts with learning and unlearning, right? And having an understanding of what you're actually talking about, right? Because again, thinking about back to my children, someone can have hate for broccoli. Yep. Absolutely. You can hate broccoli. But why do you hate broccoli, right? What about broccoli made you want to hate broccoli, right? And I know it sounds like a kind of a humorous conversation, but when you're talking to a child who has this innocence about them that we learn and teach them, right? Having those conversations about how you can learn to love and showcase that from internally. And again, the broccoli example is one that I used with my youngest. But I think about that as we bring conversations into a workspace, right? And so having conversations when our employees show up and knowing what they see and interact with on a daily basis that may inspire some of those thoughts, or they interact with people that may, be exposing them to hate or hate them. How do they show up to work, and how do we have those conversations that allow people to really get human, honest, and courageous in how they operate with one another? Because we don't know what that person experienced that day, and how we can at least give them that perspective that changes that for them. And so I think that, again, not answering directly the question that you asked about what the definition is, but I know what it's not, and my responsibility is to change that for the next generation and those people that are around me. So just spreading that light.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kavya. I am representing Disability Rights California. Just for accessibility purposes, for the video, I am a South Asian woman. I have dark brown skin, long wavy black hair, and I'm wearing a brown blazer. So far, I'm loving all of these definitions of what hate is. And when I mull it over in my head, I think hate essentially is us dehumanizing people and not seeing them for their full worth. And it initiates these feelings of disgust and fear. I think all of us actually want to connect with one another. We want to see the humanity in another. But, forms of oppression make us see certain people as pariahs, as someone in the audience has said. And when we see them as different, when we see them as a threat, it initiates disgust, and then we end up acting on hate. I think when we talk about hate, we often think about the interpersonal, like in this moment, this person committed an act of hate towards me. But I think we forget sometimes to think about how hate operates societally, and how when we say certain people are less than others, we vote in certain ways that allow that to keep being the case. When I think about people with disabilities and what disability even is, there's like a medical definition of disability, right? It's what your doctor says. But there's also this societal definition of disability where we understand disability is a social construct. And when people seem different, we put a label on them, and that label makes us feel distant from them, and it allows us to disenfranchise, oppress, marginalize them. And, disability, I think, because when we see people with disabilities as different than us, it's what allows for the incarceration of them, the policing of them, the oppression of them. So hate at a larger scale is, when we think of people with mental illness as threatening, that means we send the cops out on them. That means we take away their children. That means we institutionalize them, right? So it's not just this interpersonal moment in which I'm making you feel bad. It's because I am thinking of you as different. Now, I might not even notice that I'm acting out on hate, but I'm voting in ways that put these policies in place that continue to dehumanize and marginalize people, and that also is hate.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Tom Temprano. I use he, him pronouns, and I am the Managing Director of External Affairs at Equality California. We are the nation's largest statewide LGBTQ plus civil rights organization, and I hope I keep getting to go last throughout this panel because I can just say yes down the line. Because what everyone has said here is just better definitions than I could ever come up with when I had been mulling over this question. But I sort of picking from each of those, I think ways that we think about hate at Equality California. So we actually have an entire Stop the Hate initiative that is focused specifically on addressing the epidemic of hate impacting LGBTQ plus people. And as I know we'll discuss, I think part of the beauty of the LGBTQ plus community is that we are in fact all communities. So when you talk about intersectionality and the intersections of various identities, queer people are at all of those intersections, right? But I think there's a focus that we have specifically responding to hate incidents, as had been discussed earlier, which of course are on the rise largely across the board, but certainly impacting LGBTQ plus people. There's also a lot of work we do, and I like the correlation of hate as an expression of fear and a lack of familiarity, because a lot of the work we have to do to address hate against queer people is to demystify those people, to introduce someone who may not have had the pleasure of getting to know a trans kid or the parents of a trans kid or family to young people and to their families, to take away some of this mystery, and with mystery comes fear, and to really unpack that by just introducing our community. I think obviously front of mind for me now, 44 days, where are we at, Shay? Where are we at? We're down 40. Oh no, it keeps getting smaller. 42 days before a critical election is the way that we're seeing hate weaponized politically in ways we've seen throughout history, with some pretty powerful and horrible examples. But we're, I think, in sort of recent American history, political history, seeing hate weaponized by a particular party in particular because we want to think that love is the strongest motivator, that optimism and hope are the strongest motivator. But in fact, when you poll people and look at it, fear motivates people's political decisions more effectively than anything else, which is why we see all these negative campaignings, why we're seeing this increase in hate-based politics. It is sadly because it is such an effective motivator. And so in the way that I'm thinking about hate and identifying it and trying to dismantle it, I admittedly am in a little bit of a, we're all in the midst of a marathon fighting this, but I do feel like we're also in a 42-day sprint within our own communities to do everything we can to neutralize the weaponization of hate that we're seeing, not just nationally, but even here in California and a lot of our politics. So.
Thank you all for your answers to what is hate. I also think back to this question as a young girl. I was born and raised here in America, but the first time I realized hate existed was when somebody told me to go back to where you came from. And I had to ask my mom, what does that mean? Do I not belong here? But then, fast forward to getting to a different age, growing up, and then coming out, then being called a dyke in public for the first time. That felt really ugly until, San Francisco Pride. Then you see all the dykes on bikes coming down Market Street, and you're like, Pride. So I've reclaimed that. But then over this weekend, turned on Bill Gates' new documentary, and he starts talking about all the things that he's working on. He had mentioned about his work during COVID-19 and then all this hate that had come out of it. And in his mind, he's thinking he's trying to save the world here. But that a lot of the hate was spreading because of the misinformation through social media. That was all to kind of give you different examples of where I think, hate comes from. But there was one thing that he said in the documentary, which was they were trying to trace where COVID-19 came from, but at the same time, trace a lie, trace some part of misinformation that turns into hate, especially how it impacts the entire public. So question for our panel, where do you think, what is the root cause of hate? I think Adam had touched on a little bit of it, misinformation, not having enough education, but would really like to hear your thoughts. This time, I'm going to start with Amber right in the middle, and then we can go this way back to Tom, and then Kavya will be last. Just, Yeah.
Absolutely. So if I'm playing back your question, it's where does hate come from? Where do I believe hate comes from? So I think that the previous answer that a lot of us gave around that idea of fear, misconceptions, lack of information, lack of access to truthful information tends to spur some of that hate and where it could come from. And I think that there's opportunity in spaces that we create to break down and demystify and to share and shed light on experiences. Because a lot of what we experience isn't sometimes it's not written down. Sometimes it's not captured. Sometimes we can't even vocalize it. But the opportunities that we have to shed light, and when we come to those brave and safe spaces, that's when that real magic starts to happen, when we start to come to a common understanding of those lived experiences. And so that we can then go into our workspaces and then be sympathetic, empathetic, and caring to our fellow employee, right? And so that's one of the things that we strive for at Blue Shield, is to make sure that we are having those conversations that may be uncomfortable, but they get to the root cause of what's happening for our employees, and then in essence, what then happens for our members, and what that shows up for us, like in our day-to-day, as we try to transform healthcare for the communities that we serve. So I think, again, getting down to the root, that misunderstanding, that lack of information, and again, the fear piece around, is it okay for me to ask? Is it okay for me to talk about it? Is it okay for me to, go and research something that I didn't know before, because I'm curious, and not be afraid to do that self-work and do that, that knowledge check and that gut check. I do it all the time because I know that it helps me grow, and it'll help someone's experience as they interact with me, because I'll come to that difference with understanding. And, we also know that there are people in this world that may not have that shift. But like I said before, it's our opportunity and our responsibility to start to plant the seeds. Smile, bring the yellow, the joy, right, into the spaces, so that we can at least disarm, so that we can educate and get past some of these barriers that we see.
I'm going to pick up on that, if that's okay. I taking back to my college days, many, many moons ago, I remember studying the Platonic dialogues, and studying them in English, studying them in Greek. And the worst insult you could ever call a person was oidios, the person who took themselves out and isolated themselves from being in dialogue with the other, because it's through dialogue and through conversation that you get to the truth. As a matter of fact, the word idios, the same, is the root word of idiot. And I think that when we isolate ourselves and we take ourselves out of conversation and we become the same to ourselves, then that's when ignorance and fear stoke the flames of hate. I remember we had, when I say we, the San Francisco Interfaith Council's offices are in the Main Post Chapel in the Presidio, and we host these international leaders through a United States State Department program, and we welcomed a bunch of sheikhs from Saudi Arabia many years ago. And these poor fellows, they overbooked their stay, and they didn't have lunch. And so they arrived at the chapel, and the founder of my organization and I went into the ice box, and we found these falafels that were in the freezer. God knows how long they were there, and we put them in the microwave, and we served them. And one of the sheikhs said, "Now we are family, because we are sitting around a table and we are eating together." And I thought about that. It is investing in the building relationships that really counters hate. And that is so much of our work. Our work is preventative medicine, if you will. It is bringing people together so that when those difficult conversations have to happen, then you have an antidote at least. The people around the table know one another. They can engage in civil discourse and dialogue. And so I would throw that in as a nuance to everything you just said.
Embarrassingly, I'm going to do some stuff a little backwards. My name is Adam Ryan Chang. I'm the executive director of Oasis Legal Services, and we work with LGBT immigrants, primarily LGBT asylum seekers. So we serve the jurisdiction of the San Francisco Asylum Office. That's Bakersfield, California, all the way north, including Washington State, Oregon State, and then Western Nevada. So when we look at hate in our community population, we can see that hate is exported. There are aspects of hate very nuanced and specific to the US that are transported to other parts of the world, specifically homophobia, transphobia. And this creates places in the world that make it unsafe to be LGBT. We track in a world of about 200 countries that there are at least 80 different countries in which either by law or simply by practice, culture and customs, it's unsafe to be queer and trans. And then hence the US has for about 50 plus years now, this asylum program that if it is unsafe for you to be who you are, that you can seek safety and security and sanctuary here. To this root cause of hate though, I might say something a little controversial. Can we accept that hate is possibly immortal? Can we accept that hate has always been there and that it may continue to exist forever? I'm just wary, fellow parent as well. I'm a foster parent in San Mateo County. In the past decade, have fostered 3 children, privilege and opportunity to adopt 1. But again, back to my lived experiences, right? That when we work and teach children, we go through this whole spectrum of feelings and emotions. And to the audience comment earlier, that hate is also this spectrum. And so when we're looking at root causes of hate, can we hate hate? And again, drawing on my colleagues from spiritual and religious backgrounds as well, we are a panel here to talk about coalition building. And I think that speaking in absolute terms is often problematic. And so when we think about completely eradicating hate, I don't think one of us is going to walk away here saying that we have the answer for that. We would have attained world peace by then, right? But when I think, again, no answers, really muddled thoughts, I'm just really inspired by the conversation. And at the same time, I'm only one individual with one lived experience. The root of hate is hard to define and understand, and yet it's always been there. We've all experienced it. And we have to kind of continue to push and ask ourselves, especially in policy making, how do we look at our privileges, our ableism? I've also been living with HIV for the past 16 years. And when I think about what people have said and done around those living with HIV, we have a root word of stigma. I think that it is still back to fear and misunderstanding. The notion that, oh, you have HIV, you could now spread it and give it to me, right? Sharing a cup of water, being in the same room. The COVID pandemic has exacerbated a lot of these stigmas and fears around, but now particularly around a racial ethnic group in the world, right? So yeah, I digress, and I will keep passing it on to here. Yes.
Well, I appreciate, I appreciate the reality check too, because much as I would love to believe that we can all experience the end of hate in our lifetimes, I'm going to be a little more pragmatic than that. But I do think that we've seen, and we have fairly recent examples of how we can at least reduce or minimize hate. And I think the chief way at Lakeland, so I'll use sort of an LGBTQ rights movement example of that we have been able to achieve that success. And it sort of like goes back to and it is a gross simplification, so I don't want to say it's that easy, but kind of the Harvey Milk concept of coming out. If people know who we are, they're more likely to accept us, right? Like that was his whole mantra. And I want to cite the example of same-sex marriage in California as sort of proof of concept of that idea of familiarity, at least, let's say, if not eliminating hate, sort of reducing hate, right? So you look at Proposition 8, which passed with a majority banning same-sex marriage in California in 2008, so less than 2 decades ago, which means a majority of Californians 2 decades ago affirmatively said, same-sex couples should not have the same rights and should not have the ability to marry. You look in the is my math right? 16 years that have passed. That is correct math. I'm not a mathematician. The 16 years that have the simple math of the time that has elapsed since Proposition 8 passed in 2008, and now, as I will get in a shameless plug, we have the opportunity to repeal Proposition 8 and enshrine the right to same-sex marriage this November when we vote for Proposition 3, and finally get that stain out of the California Constitution. But the polling that we've seen that is publicly available and mirrors national polling is that we've gone in 16 years from more than 50% of people saying same-sex couples don't deserve the same amount of rights to north of 70% of people, a remarkable shift in public opinion of 20+%, including a majority of people in a certain political party that has sort of made its way in demonizing and playing on fear, who believe that, again, this is not reducing hate, but there's a baseline of agreement of, sameness and the ability to deserve rights that has shifted remarkably just in this state in under 2 decades. And when you dig, it's not, I would like to say that LGBTQ, civil rights organizations led a masterful, PR campaign that did this. But the reality is when you actually talk to people, it's just that in those 20 years, more and more of these people who may have said, I'm not sure 16 years ago, have actually just gotten to know queer people and know queer couples and get to know their kids because they play soccer together, or find out that they have, a queer sibling or family member, parent, teacher, whatever it might be. And that simple act of getting to know and reducing the uncertainty, reducing the sort of, the fear that comes with uncertainty has led to a remarkable shift in sort of public opinion around this issue. This is not to say that we don't have tons of work to do even in queer spaces. We now need to see a similar, if not much more substantial shift around issues impacting trans folks and trans kids in particular. But I think it is proof of concept that the more people get to know other people, the more people break bread, have the time to demystify and sort of deprogram some of the hate that they're fed, we actually see those people change the way that they view others, and that change, hopefully manifests in substantive things like the way that they vote in elections. So not hoping for perfection, but trying to seize on some glimmers of optimism that we can continue to reduce hate.
I'm enjoying this entire conversation. So when I think about the root cause of hate, I think about ableism. And it's not just because I'm from like a disability rights perspective. I appreciate this working definition of ableism from Talia Lewis. And what they say is ableism is this form of oppression where we divide society between who's normal and who's abnormal. And so it's societal constructions of normalcy, who can be productive, who's desirable, right? You don't have to be disabled to experience ableism. In fact, if you look at history, all sorts of groups who are marginalized have been disabled due to ableism, right? So racial minorities have been seen as being less than because they are disabled in some way. Gender dysphoria is a thing. Like, there's ways in which ableism attacks all these forms and all these groups. And I define it that way, and I'm talking about ableism because I think the purpose of ableism is to exploit certain folks. It's to deny certain people their rights and access. And it's what allows the society that we live in to exist the way we are, right? When we think of ourselves as part of the norm and other people as less deserving because they're different, then capitalism survives, genocide goes on, slavery has happened that way, right? Like, there's all these ways in which we allow certain people to benefit because they're part of the norm and others don't get that. And that's a privilege that some people want to keep investing in. I'm thinking also about your comment about, like, can we actually get rid of hate? And it's making me think, hate in some ways might be like a protective factor, right? Like there's sometimes I hate people if they're really awful to me, and it's because it helps me set boundaries with people. But then I think there's a way in which we've allowed hate to be weaponized societally and take a larger scale. And that's where we're seeing all these problems come into play, right? I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much. I too am really enjoying the conversation, obviously. I respect Adam's comment about hate and it being immortal. I don't know the answer to it, and it's been a lifelong journey to try to find a solution to it. But I will tell you that the program that exists here for the Commonwealth Club that I help program, it's social justice with an intersectional lens, is born out of the fact that I knew that the multiple identities that I have, I come across these lived experiences of hate. And it's been I think, honestly, it's probably going to be a lifelong work situation for me. I'm always going to show up to try to fight it and to try to bring us all together. And the Commonwealth Club is amazing for this because it's a nonpartisan organization, and we can have these open conversations and be honest with each other about, right, the societal impacts of some of these things. So the final question, I'm going to skip over some of the questions that I had sent y'all, but that's only because I do want the audience to ask their questions if they have them for you. And I know we were a little late earlier from lunch, I'm sorry. But the last question is about building coalition. That's the name of the title of our conversation, right? And you all represent your organizations and the work that you do, whether it's in the workplace, right? Whether it's disability rights, LGBTQIA+ rights, the faith community, and also immigrant, refugee, LGBTQIA+, everything in between. How do we build coalition with our community members with this in mind? I think where we'll go with this one is we'll start with Michael, and then we can go down this way, and we'll end with Adam.
It's interesting during this campaign season, early on, some of the red state governors were using undocumented folk as pawns and sending them, unbeknownst to themselves, to places with promises that there would be services and housing and shelter there for them. I remember when one of the governors had sent a group to Martha's Vineyard, I think it was, and it was the faith community that stepped up and provided the services that were needed. Well, we here in San Francisco are a sanctuary city, and we've got a target on our back. And so we are prime candidates for welcoming the other. And so when that happened in Martha's Vineyard, the city, actually, the Office of Civic Engagement and Immigrant Affairs, started to gather so many of us from different sectors to come up with a plan on how we were going to be welcoming if this happened. And so here we found ourselves at the same table with folks from the asylum community and different organizations, and it felt right, and it felt really good. It was the right thing to do, and it just kind of reminded me that hate has this other dimension to it, and hate has this dimension of bringing people together. I remember, I served for 6.5 years on the Human Rights Commission, and I remember when Prop 8 passed, but I remember that the LGBT community was never so united as at that point. And I think hate has a very miraculous way of bringing people from different sectors together to be able to combat hate. So I'll leave it there. I'm not sure who goes next.
I'll go next. One way that we're building coalitions at Blue Shield of California is through our amazing employee resource group programs. So I don't know if anyone has heard of employee resource groups or employee or led organizations through some of our larger companies, but it's a fantastic space where our employees are able to have a safe space to share, again, that perspective that I was talking about, host educational forums, do amazing work in the community. Over 44% of our employees, of our 7,000 plus employees are involved in our employee resource group. So they're getting firsthand access to this information within the communities that we serve so that they can then go be active and then they can go spread that information throughout their various communities and the communities that we serve in the state of California. Our employee resource groups also make sure that we're investing back into the community through their charitable giving and donations and volunteering. I think it's over like 50,000 hours and over $1.7 million that these groups do together. And we've heard intersectionality said a lot. That is one of the tenets that we instill in our employee resource groups. It's making sure that we are looking at each other as peers, but as thought partners to understand and dismantle the experiences that we're having and the marginalization that we feel in our unique cultures. And so we have a saying that you don't have to be to belong. And that's a call out. That's a call in. And that is an activation for all of our employees to become active in these spaces so that they can then challenge some of the stuff that they're hearing outside of the workplace. Because we do know that sometimes our employees are only getting this type of knowledge in this shared space at work, or in the space that they are brought to for that 9 to 5 or whatever space that they're in for that extended amount of time. And so we, again, as a DE&I team, we hold ourselves accountable to sharing because this may be the only time that they get it. And again, that small thing that we can do to change and shift mentality and shift and change behaviors could be that make or break for somebody coming and staying at our organization and then doing the work, again, to transform healthcare. So I think it's really important that we are thinking about that through our ERG programs, but we also invest in supplier diversity. So making sure that, again, our spend in the community is going to efforts like this, sponsorship efforts, so that we can then, invest in that magic that we know comes from other coalitions that are surrounding this work. So just a couple of examples.
I'm thinking about that quote where it says, if you've come to help me, basically leave, but if you've come because your liberation is bound in mine, then let's work together. And I think about that a lot when I'm thinking about, disability justice as a whole and the framework I shared with you all where, essentially ableism is seeing someone as different and then putting them down because they're different. I think what Disability Rights California is trying to do is we recognize that disabled people are encountering some of the worst outcomes in all forms and facets of life. So whenever we see laws or policies or actions that are treating people differently and valuing people differently, that's a disability issue. It's probably impacting people with disabilities and it's a form of ableism, so we want to be involved. I share that to say that if you all are seeing anything happening in your own communities, even if you don't immediately think about it as a disability issue, that's something DRC wants to know. That's something the disability community wants to participate in. I think the way that we work in politics a lot is it's very single issue focused. And so sometimes you have these wonderful laws that people think only apply to a certain group. And we forget the ways in which we can kind of partner together and use those laws to advance other people's rights. I think a lot about how, the Americans with Disabilities Act and Section 504, there are these great civil right mandates that are demanding access, demanding accessibility, but oftentimes they don't reach so many areas, they don't reach, systems of policing and incarceration. We don't think about it in homelessness. We don't think how we can support, the queer community better using those laws. So I think a lot of it is what folks are saying is we have conversations together and recognize that the way these systems of oppressions are operating is they're trying to devalue us and dehumanize us. And so if we come together, maybe we can use all of these tools to kind of push things forward.
I'm glad I'm almost last because I'm yes, perfectly said. As I had mentioned before, I think as a queer movement organization, we by nature just have to be focused on hate in all of its forms because it hate against any community impacts LGBTQ plus people. So you look who in the queer community is most likely to experience a hate incident. It is statistically a Black trans woman. So you look at that intersection alone, you have transphobia, you have misogyny, and you have racism, anti-Black racism all in play, these various intersections of various communities of hate, which LGBTQ folks are a part of. And so in our, for instance, our Stop the Hate Advisory Committee, includes AAPI serving organizations, Latina, Black serving, immigrant serving organizations, because we can't have a conversation about hate against LGBTQ plus people without having conversations and digging in about hate impacting all of the diverse communities to which we belong. I think as it's sometimes, and I think for us as sort of movement leaders and folks who work in these organizations, it's important to call that out, because we will have, certain folks who are part of our constituency who will come to us and go, why is Equality California so focused on, criminal justice reform efforts? And we'll have to explain to them it's because queer people are so much more queer people perhaps maybe who not look like you, but queer people in general are so much more likely to be impacted by over-policing and incarceration, and are overrepresented in the incarcerated population as they are in, the homeless population and all these other populations. So it's sort of, I think for us, important to have those conversations with folks in our own communities about how intersectional these issues are, and to not try to tackle hate in silos, because while I remain hopeful that we'll get to a place of chipping away at hate, I'm certain that we're not going to do that if communities remain siloed in their approach to tackling hate. That will not be a successful approach. We need to tear down those silos, and as leaders among our own community, have what are sometimes tough conversations to explain that really necessary intersection to folks for whom it may not be as sort of immediately obvious. So,
ready for more word mumble jumble vomit? Okay, I'm going to try to make this succinct. Speaking from, again, lived experiences, I want us to examine how law enforcement came to be about in this country. It was from folks breaking the law, and it became organized because the law being broken were slaves leaving their slave masters. And the organization came in that we needed to have law enforcement to rally up the slaves who had escaped, right? If this is the history of where law enforcement has existed in the US, you can start to understand how intergenerationally time progresses. Fears, misunderstanding, mistrust continue to be held by certain communities around law enforcement. Now, I bring this up because I have a father who's diagnosed bipolar. At 17 years old, I was also unhoused because my family could not accept my sexuality. I exist because of coalitions. I exist because as a young person, my community organized, created programming, civil leaders, supported foster care systems. All these things existed so that young people like myself, queer and trans young people, who make approximately 40% of young people who are unhoused in this country, could have a future, right? But now fast forward a little bit, my identity continues to evolve, to shift. I am a queer API person in America, a second generation Asian American. When I look at the movement of Stop Asian Hate that came out of the pandemic, when simultaneously, actually shortly before, was the Black Lives Matter movement, I look at the interconnectedness of this. I look at the fact that there is call for increased penalties, increased funding for law enforcement, and yet at the same time, in listening, in hearing and learning, I evolve in understanding I have love for my brothers who are police officers, and yet at the same time, I really, really hate law enforcement. I hate what it's done to my family. I hate that when we call for reinvestment, retraining, and refunding for law enforcement, not to say that law enforcement doesn't have to exist, but that officers can be trained to help support those who are experiencing mental health episodes. Because so much data shows us hate is quantifiable, and we have so many data and measure points at this time that so often we are calling 911 because someone is experiencing, a young person, an elder, a mental health episode, right? So I really, really appreciate the call outs about ableism. If you take anything away from this, it's that when you hear intersectionality, the kind of coupling is always be critical, always keep asking more, right? I'll bring it lastly to my work because otherwise I'm not doing my job. LGBT immigration, really coalitions that exist right now include the interfaith movement, Dignity Not Detention. This Wednesday, I will be embarking on a 5-day pilgrimage with 16 other organizations to call for the closing of the 6 remaining immigration detention centers in California. These are all private contracts with the state. The state and advocates and organizers have been organizing to try to close the remaining detention centers, recognizing that new immigrants or those undocumented are going to continue to show up for their court hearings. They want to be here. They want to contribute to community and society. Religion has had an active role in the mistreatment of LGBT people. This is also our history. And yet, with modern organizers, we are seeing the connections of our issues and causes, that no human deserves to be jailed simply because of status and papers. Similarly, why I advocate for the closures of juvenile detention centers here in our country, that this was also a recent concept, and yet young people are absolutely our future. If we are putting 12, 13, 14-year-olds in something like a prison setting, this is not rehabilitative. And so again, all of our causes are connected. Thank you so much for hearing us out. Michelle, back to you.
Let's give a round of applause for all of our speakers on building a cross-community coalition. I'm so sorry, we're run out of time, but if you have one really good comment or question, I'll take it.
Hey, I'll introduce myself because it's probably relevant to the question. I'm Selene. I'm the research director of Ethnic Media Services. We have a good chunk of change to kind of cover what the CA versus Hate campaign does, and also get our Newswire partners to cover hate crimes in their own communities. But talking to prosecutors and FBI folks, I kind of learned what the DA of Marin was saying in the previous panel, where the reason these incidents are so, or crimes are so underreported, underprosecuted, is because it's really hard to prove intention unless someone's very explicit about the motivation for a crime. So I want each of you to answer it if there's time, from your own like legal, interfaith, et cetera, backgrounds. But in the situations where there is no action, when it's just someone saying something that's hateful or discriminatory along the lines of the 70% of Americans who may not think that LGBT folks deserve equal rights, or my religion is the right one against yours, how would you toe the line of discouraging that hateful rhetoric while not opening yourself up to, oh, my right to free speech has been impinged upon, the other?
We'll have one person answer this, and then I think what we'll do is, if folks stick around, maybe you can also check in with them if they want to contribute to. Okay, great. Anybody on the panel want to answer this for the audience? Or we could also take it, like what I said, if you feel more comfortable speaking to the journalists. Go ahead, Tom.
I'm not a lawyer, so to be clear. So I guess the question is, how do we encourage, if I can restate it, how do we encourage people to continue to push back against and potentially report or call out hate incidents despite the challenges in prosecuting actual hate incidents? Is that sort of how do we frame the importance given how I guess it's, part of, I think, the challenges in reporting any crime are various communities' engagements with law enforcement, period, right? So we have to acknowledge that that the communities that in many ways are most susceptible to hate violence and incidents are also the communities that rightly have the biggest discomfort in engaging with law enforcement due to the criminalization of those communities in general. So when you talk about sort of structural hate, I think it's part of that is just sort of acknowledging that there's going to be challenge, and I'm sure the DA knows this too. It's like there just are communities where engaging with law enforcement, even when a crime has happened, will be more difficult. Like, it's hard to tell a Black trans woman who may be performing survival sex work that they should be reporting things when their existence has been criminalized. It's like how do you encourage that? So I think we need to acknowledge that there's that barrier period when talking about specific hate incidents and crime and reporting in general. I think in terms of the bigger, how do we encourage people to not just accept hate violence and to be willing to stand up and speak out when violence is committed against them. I think we have to just continue. I think we have to amplify the stories. I think a lot of times when someone does experience a hate incident, it's like, folks, we all care enough to be here. We know how prevalent these incidents are. I think a lot of times if you're just called, a slur on Muni, you're going to feel like that is an isolated incident. No one, this is not even something worth reporting, because I'm sure this doesn't happen to everyone. So I think there's sort of, and I think there's a lot of responsibility on an organizational end. We do not shy away from it. In fact, do lean into and call out and try to publicize incidents of hate violence so that folks know that those are occurring even in places like California to queer people. I think we need to not shy away from highlight that. And I want to commend the work that you do, because I think a lot of that is ensuring that the media narratives do actually cover not just the sort of statistics about hate violence, but just the daily experiences of hate that is out there, so that somebody who may have experienced that before or may in the future can remember that they saw on the news or read in a paper, or even saw, even it's as simple in this world of saw on a friend's social media who may have experienced something similar. Just kind of continuing to elevate those stories so that people know that they aren't alone, and hopefully will be less afraid then, whether it's to report an actual incident or just speak out more openly about hate experiences that are occurring.
Go ahead, Michael, really quickly.
Very quickly. The U.S. Attorney's Office has a similar campaign, United Against Hate, and they are engaging the faith communities. Several years ago, we gathered the interfaith councils of all the Bay Area and produced 3 PSAs, one anti-Semitism, one Islamophobia, and one anti-Asian hate. And when we did the launch at the Presidio Chapel, we had the U.S. Attorney, the District Attorney from San Francisco, the District Attorney from Silicon Valley, and the District Attorney from Marin, because the reality is that they have the mechanisms to be able to prosecute. And so, we as advocates need to work with them on these issues, and we do.
Thank you so much. Again, round of applause for our speakers. I realize that we have some great organizations here represented, and being together today really means a lot. So networking and talking to each other is probably the most important aspect of today's event. We're going to plow right through, and we're going to go into the next panel, which is demystifying gender-affirming care. There's supposed to be a break. We're going to plow right through the break, and I'll tell you why. I think that, I hope you stick around for the reception, because that'll be the opportunity for you to chit chat with each other, get each other's contacts. And please, our speakers from Building a Cross-Community Coalition, if you'd like to contribute to the reporter's question, more than welcome to do that. There's lots of space here at the Commonwealth Club. For now, let's welcome our next speakers. I'd like to welcome Jude Diebold from the Human Rights Commission. Yay! Sorry we're running behind. Suzanne Ford from San Francisco Pride. Sarah Lentz from UCSF. Catherine Thompson, who's representing Family House, CEO of Family House. Please give them a warm welcome. All right, so, Tom Temprano touched a lot on this, the effects of hate in the LGBTQIA+ community, and also mentioned, right, the increase of attacks against the gender expansive, gender diverse community, and also, right, women. I think a good place to start with our panelists and our speakers today is to just kind of talk about this very openly and honestly, where we see lots of attacks, even just with the term gender being a triggering aspect. And so my first question to all of you is, I think, let's start by just answering that. What is gender affirming care?
Hi, I'm Suzanne Ford. My pronouns are she, her. I'm the executive director at Pride. Gender affirming care to me was the vehicle for me to live an authentic life. I didn't know it was really possible to ever stand up in a crowd of people and say who I really was. I came here, some things happened in my marriage, and I finally had to say the truth. And when I said the truth, with that revolution had really picked up speed. And when I said the truth, I'm so privileged. There were services here in the Bay Area. The best surgeons in the world are here in San Francisco. I was very lucky that I found mental health care that was affirming, that I didn't have to go in and explain to somebody what was happening to me, the gender dysphoria and what I was facing. There were people here in the Bay Area that knew that. And then once that care mixed with a little bit of honesty and a little hard work opened up a whole new world to me. I suddenly wasn't having a battle inside anymore about the dysphoria. I was present with whoever I was with. I was not ashamed anymore. I don't know how that magically happened, but I would think the gender affirming care was probably the #1 ingredient in not being ashamed anymore. Like you just heard the panel talking about hate, and I was sitting here thinking, you know, in our case, you know, when I was in the first grade, it started, they sent the boys to the bathroom with urinals, and they told him to expose his genitals to all the other little boys. And we sent the girls to this private little stall, and they said she was so sacred that no one could see her, and she was so fragile she couldn't handle anything. It started right there. And then I was an athlete in Kentucky in the 70s, and it surely started your first practice, you know, your first athletic practice, with the worst thing that they could say to you in front of all those other little boys was you're a sissy or you're a girl. And they policed us from that moment. And I knew from that moment, oh my God, they can't know who I am. So gender affirming care to me is fighting that way of policing me and not making it me capable of living an authentic life.
Go ahead, Catherine.
Thanks. I'm Catherine Thompson. I'm the CEO of Family House. And gender affirming care for me really starts in my family. I'm the parent of Clementine. She's a 23-year-old graduate student. She's studying to be a therapist in the gender space in New York City. Just love her so much. And so where it started was coming home from the hospital. She was born at CPMC, like lots and lots of kids here in San Francisco, and I brought her home, and we were just in awe, and you have all the great hormones running through you, and we promised her we were going to be the best parents she could ever imagine. So that's where it started, and I think where it continues for all the children of San Francisco, all the children possibly anywhere it can happen, is that you have, as Suzanne said, excellent healthcare practitioners and incredible, compassionate, informed, innovative healthcare systems. And healthcare means everything. It means those mental health services that you were talking about, Suzanne. It means all of the things that are medically possible so that our kids can be who they really are.
Hi, I am Dr. Sarah Lentz from UCSF. My pronouns are she, they. I am a doctor of nursing. I just don't want to confuse you. I'm not a medical doctor. Care is really involving the entire person, the mind, body, and spirit. And so when we think about care, we think about the person as a whole. And oftentimes in healthcare, when we talk about gender affirmation care, it's immediately thought of surgery comes to mind to a lot of people's mind. And I want to demystify this now in that if you're looking at gender transition, there's multiple ways to transition first and foremost. There's social transition, legal transition, and medical transition. Medical transition, yes, surgery could be an option for an individual, but also medical transition, there are many other options, hormones, puberty blockers. In addition, you may not receive a medical intervention that could be considered under a gender service line per se in the medical realm, but you still need general care. I need care for something like a stroke or a heart attack or anything that you could think of out there that any person could experience at any time. So when we think about care as a whole, you have to think about the entire person, and it's not just a surgical intervention. And let's start there. When we look at gender affirmation care and you think about transitions, there's a lot of care components that can circle any of those transitional factors. Social transition's a good example. Being a happily married lesbian of 11 years now, I'm out. But right now, guess what? I'm coming out to every single one of you. It's not my first time coming out, and I will spend the rest of my life coming out to individuals. As my social transition of being an openly gay lesbian, or open lesbian, whatever, is going to be a lifelong journey. And I think it's important to understand those aspects of it as well.
Hi, I'm Jude Diebold. I'm with the San Francisco Human Rights Commission, Civil Rights Division. And I'm here, what I want to talk about and kind of expand on is a little bit of our work because I investigate and mediate complaints of discrimination. A big one being something called the Fair Chance Ordinance. And that's relevant here because what we're doing right now is trying to expand the Fair Chance Ordinance and its protected characteristics in response to these like broader attacks on LGBTQ folks, and in particular, folks who are getting gender affirming care. So to give you a really brief rundown of this, so the Fair Chance Ordinance makes it so that there are different procedures you must go through when requesting criminal history. And there's certain types of criminal history that you can never look at when it comes to affordable housing in San Francisco as well as employment. Right now that includes things like cannabis-related charges, for an example. One of the things that we're trying to do right now, and it's in process of getting this passed, is we want to expand this to include a few things that are being criminal or being made criminal in other states, but not in California, and that's going to include access to gender affirming care. And like you said, one of the things we're doing in this process is drafting up a definition for the Fair Chance Ordinance of what is gender affirming care, and we're trying to keep it as broad as possible, in part to make the protections as broad as possible. Because what we're thinking about is if these things become criminal, I think there's 5 states now that have it as some type of felony. If those things are becoming criminal, how is that going to impact the transgender person or the person that's transitioning, as well as the people helping them transition? And that could be doctors, that could be social workers, that could be a friend. And we've kept that, like we literally listed as in our draft definition as social, medical, or legal interventions. And we even include in it that it could include being able to use the bathroom of your preferred gender identity, or that it could also be being able to play on the sports team that corresponds with your gender identity. The idea being a few different things. One, that gender affirming care is so expansive, it touches every part of your life. But also we want to be prepared for this legislation. We want to be prepared for the different attacks that are coming down on this community, and how can we, as broadly as possible, protect folks as these laws impact folks in other states.
This next question goes right into the heart of demystifying, these myths about gender in general, I'm just going to say. But I think in the last couple of years, gender affirming care has had an intense amount of attacks. They, come up with all these things like they're going to mutilate children and blah, blah, blah. So the question is, how does this hate show up for each of you? And we'll start with Suzanne, if that's okay, Suzanne.
Well, I thought about this question earlier because I lived a large portion of my life as a white male, and I was listening to people on the panel, and I read about other people's people hating other groups, and I knew about it. I went to Howard Law School because I was I was really wanted to know about civil rights and be involved, but I didn't feel it. And now, most mornings that I wake up, one of the first few news stories I read is something that's anti-trans. It's about legislation, and a lot of times it's in my home state, or it's a Supreme Court case that's getting ready to be decided. And so I didn't really understand that it's debilitating. It starts to make you feel like there's no hope, and you have a lot of dread. Now, I'm so lucky. I work at San Francisco Pride, and we know a thing or two about joy and about being with our community and being proud, but it really weighs on you. And the hate, like I was recently in Kentucky, and I could see it in some people. Not everybody knows I'm a trans woman, but it's pretty evident. The 6-foot redhead walks by, and I can feel it. The people are angry that I'm there. And again, like I don't want to over exaggerate how that. I know the difference, and I think that's why it's important for me, for my work, is I've got to talk about how it felt before, and I got to talk about how it feels now, and hopefully some people that don't feel it will understand it better.
Well, in my family, Clementine started coming out when she was 17. That wasn't very long ago. And, we definitely had some moments. We had people who turned away. We had places that we can't go. And, I hope for us, I hope for anyone who's ever experienced that, I hope there's a way forward and that we can get some of those things back. And we certainly feel the media. We're all very media connected, and it makes us worry. So it shows up, and what I think we're trying to do is understand that so much of this hate is based in fear, and that we are looking inside. I'm looking inside of myself and really trying to understand where the fear comes from, and understand that there's been fear in myself as this transition has been underway. And I agree with Dr. Lentz that the arc of these things is very long. It's your whole family's life, and that's good because we're on this wonderful journey together. So I guess I would just say that the bad stuff's out there. And what we're trying to do is put one foot in front of the other, have as many compassionate, connected conversations, and share our story so that everything feels way less scary and way more natural and beautiful and normal.
I think it's easy to use, protect the children in this political scape as a scapegoat, essentially. It will come up time and time again. And if you think about the children and gender, we're starting to formulate our gender and what our identities as early as 3 months old. However, if a 6-year-old came up to me and said, I identify as the gender other than that I was born with, I would have the same conversation as I would if they came up to me and told me they were a dinosaur today, in that they are exploring themselves at this time and their identity. Let them explore. They're a child. Let that mind run free. Let it create, let it formulate abstract thought. And there comes a certain aspect of that of when do we take this serious and when do we intervene, okay, or don't intervene. And I think that's where the controversy lies, in that, what do we choose to see? Are we doing what is right or best for the youth? I will say in the state of California currently, it is against the law to electively sterilize anyone under the age of 18. So we do not do that at all in healthcare. But the argument goes as this as well, is that, yes, can healthcare become dangerous if there are not standards guiding best practice and evidence-based practice? So if you don't have those practice standards in place, and you have doctors doing whatever they want or engaging in rogue medicine or things that are under study, have not been studied at all, then you may experience problems. You might have conditions or issues with surgeries and healthcare and how it's provided because you don't have a standard created or a way to hold a surgeon accountable or a healthcare provider accountable. So yes, it can be dangerous if those standards aren't in place. At this day and age, though, we do have organizations like WPATH that have put in standards, and their standards do exist. So for organizations that have adopted that, it has put in increased safety for the youth surrounding these healthcare interventions. So I just want to make that very clear with the youth. It's very easy to use youth as a scapegoat, and then for a political. The pandemic really showed us how much healthcare can be politicized. And so using gender affirmation care as a way of a political game is also just, I think, a tool or a method in order to gain votes. But it really, in my opinion, healthcare should not be politicized.
Yeah, and in my role, so a lot of what I do is mediate complaints of discrimination to kind of back up with where I'm at on this. And that's abroad. We actually enforce kind of a patchwork of civil rights laws here at Civil Rights Division and with San Francisco Human Rights Commission. But a lot of what I do is mediate. And I will say that it can you see kind of a broad range of things, but it gets interesting for me when I see the person who comes with this like complaint and they're very upset, and when I have to go interact with this other party to try to help these parties meet a resolution. You do sometimes see people who are, coming off malicious, but then you also see people who just don't know. Like there's just this really incredible ignorance, and sometimes like even they're embarrassed to be like, oh wow, I didn't know what I did was so horrible or had such an awful impact on someone else. So that's one way we see it play out, but also like we're currently trying to expand the different protections that we do enforce because we're seeing so many just broad attacks across the nation trying to criminalize something so basic to your civil liberties, like basically people being allowed to be themselves. So that's how we're really seeing that play out, is both the ignorance and having to like educate folks, but also how do we creatively, as people are more creative in their attacks against the LGBTQ community, how do we be creative in expanding those protections and making sure folks are not having their rights stripped away? Even if we feel a little bit safer because we're out in California and we're in the Bay Area, folks are going to come here because this is a safety zone. How do we keep folks safe here?
Yeah, and Michelle, you think because we're in the Bay Area, it doesn't happen here. When I came out in Marin County in Novato, my family was kicked out of a church in Novato. So it happens here. We think we're in this bubble, and it happens everywhere on this subject.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for reminding us, Suzanne. Jude, I'm going to pick up off of what you had just said, and this next question is really like, how do you respond to all of this? How do you call people in? And then, that touches on the work that you all do every day, pretty much, of your life. Why don't we kick it back to Jude, and then we can swing it down this way.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about it in a personal capacity. I can also talk about the basis of my work. But I mean, like I mentioned, so much of our job, I would even argue most of what the Civil Rights Division does is mediate. So much of it kind of comes down to just education and trying to get folks to understand, just the impacts that they have on other people. We do see folks who do things that are incredibly offensive and don't fully understand the impact that they've had. They also might not even know that it's illegal. I mean, that's a huge issue that we come across. And I think it's also really important to point out that as much as folks think of this as a little safety bubble, we definitely see this come up all the time, these different types of issues. That's why our office exists.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely concur. It's still, I know we think we live in a bubble, but there still is a lot of work to be done. And we do this by activating and advocating in our communities, spreading awareness, creating education, but also, having these conversations. I think having panels with lived experience and hearing the voice of others is very powerful. We try to do this in healthcare often, is raise the patient's voice. So patients can be heard and their experience can be captured, so that way we can improve our processes in healthcare. And I think that's really important, is to understand that in healthcare, we're not set to cure someone. We're here to optimize your chance of survival, whatever that may look like for you as an individual. And so when we're looking at survival of you as an individual, what does that look like? I think though that needs to be called out more, and that it's not a blanket statement. There's no umbrella for that. It's very case by case basis.
I really, really love that. Thank you so much, Doctor. Remind everyone, Sarah's a doctor, doctor of nursing, but we don't do that enough. In looking at it from the perspective of, we're here to, I think everybody on this stage and out there and in the medical world, there to help you live versus cure you. That's a different way of looking at it. Catherine.
I'm thinking about community, and that's actually a really huge part of gender affirming care too. It's schools, it's the faith community, it's government, it's the community institutions that we have, it's our neighborhoods. And the bad stuff happens here with my experience of just being in someone's family. And I'm sure, people with that real lived experience would say a lot more. And yet, this place, this amazing Bay Area, gives me so much hope. There are so many great people here. And as a parent of a trans kid, for us, what started happening is we started valuing all trans kids. Like we see them all in such a fuller way, and we care so much more, and our empathy grew. And we're so happy to be able to give that back to the community. And frankly, it's gone beyond the LGBTQ community. I just value people way more than I used to. Everyone deserves dignity. Everyone, every child, every person deserves way more community support than what they give, than what they get from us. And we just have to be better humans.
That's a broad question. I think the first thing that happened to me when I came out, I went to Transcend, went to Trans Retreat, and some Black and brown trans people educated me about the history of trans people in this country and the history of trans people in the LGBTQ movement. And then I was taught, Miss Janetta very sternly taught me that I had a responsibility to that if I was going to be a leader in the trans community, that I always needed to acknowledge what they had done, and I always needed to be calling in more people to see the beauty of the diversity of our community. And I think when I do go to Kentucky and those places, I always try to bring back and talk about the joy that my life has now, because it looks different. There are different people that I'm at dinner with now. The people at my dinner table from now compared to 20 years ago, it's so much more beautiful and vibrant and challenging and chaotic. And those things are all good because they challenge me. And so I know that I've been taught to be of service, and this job gives me that opportunity all the time. And it's like this today, here's my job. If I'm at a function for San Francisco Pride, that's my job. If I'm at Transcend Retreat, that's my job. The whole job is supposed to be living an outlined, vibrant life and calling people in to join with that.
Thank you so much. I'm going to open it up to the audience here. If you have any questions for our speakers, I'll run down with the mic. Any questions? Okay, keep thinking about your question. I'll go on. I'm going to add a curveball question. And then we can wrap up because I know we're running behind and we have more great speakers for you. I think this curveball question is really focused on like what's happening right now. And it feels very scary, especially when we talk about gender, women's rights, women's bodies, the transgender community. And it almost, at times, I think, feels hopeless. But I'd love for each of you to maybe just add your thoughts on this hope that you do have and what that looks like. They brought up, the election earlier when we started today. So I'm just going to add that. If that has any, fear for you, but like, what would be the hope or the outcome for you? Suzanne?
Well, when it was at June 30th, we walked down Market Street in San Francisco. There were over 500,000 people lined up on Market Street, and they looked different. There were all kinds of different people, mostly straight, I would say, on the side of the parade. And to compare that was I used to, in the 70s, I remember Walter Cronkite would come on TV once a year and they'd show a picture of San Francisco Pride Parade. They didn't show it to you for you to be like, oh, wow, look at that. They showed it so that you would be so upset or shocked, like, look at those terrible people. And I was sitting there as a little kid going, oh my God, if I could get out there. But when you walk down the street at the front of that parade and feel that, and you know that in San Francisco, we're not just tolerated, wherever we go, we're part of the city. There are a bunch of people from the city out here, and there are a bunch of leaders, and we see each other, and we know that in this city that we are in the fabric of the city. So when I think about those other places, I know that when you go to Louisville, Kentucky, or you go to a big city in Alabama, but when you go to those big cities, it's more like San Francisco than you realize. And so I think eventually we're going to win. It just doesn't feel like that all the time.
You are so inspirational. I could sit at any table with you, Suzanne. Well, a long time ago, Martin Luther King said that the moral arc of the universe is long, right? And it bends toward justice. So, I find hope in that people have been convening around these really hard questions about how to be together in community and how to get along and care about each other for a long time. And I feel really fortunate that we get to have these conversations now because we didn't before. And I do think it's our job to continue to bend things. And I know that we're all going beyond allyship and advocacy to being real accomplices for this issue. And that's what's giving me hope. You all are giving me hope, and this conversation's giving me hope.
I agree. I think this conversation we're able to have these conversations more and more now because of the mid-90s and the WWW enters every household. And I'm like, yay, now we can communicate better than we've ever have, and we're connected globally, and we have the ability to self-educate, and that's what gives me hope. Although it created its own nuances of issues, if you think about the internet and how we're so interconnected now, and if you look at the changing demographics, I like to highlight, if you look at Alpha generation, the youngest generation, and then Gen Z, you have higher prevalence of individuals identifying on the LGBTQIA spectrum on there, where in the past with traditionalist or baby boom generations, you have a very small case count there. So if you think about it, you're going to have a huge wave of demographic who identify under the LGBTQIA umbrella in your future. And they will be, for me, entering healthcare systems and needing routine care, but also a part of all of our communities. And they already are, but we're very young. But as they are empowered and growing voices and integrating into, becoming a productive citizen or however that's defined, you're going to see more and more change. And that gives me a lot of hope because our new wave and our new generation know what's up.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, hope's this is a hard one. I will say, looking at how things are happening across the United States, it can sometimes feel hard to have hope, but that's also why, at least it feels really important to me if we can't depend on like the Supreme Court to overrule these like horrific attacks on civil rights that, I don't know, maybe when I was in law school, I would have been like, there's no way they're going to say this is constitutional. But if we can't depend on that, then we obviously have to depend on each other. And I think we have to bring it back to the city level and state level of like, okay, well, if we're not going to get our protections up here, we're going to make sure we have them here with the hope that it spreads to other states. So if San Francisco expands their protections, maybe it'll go to LA, maybe it'll go to the state, maybe it'll happen in another state, and then we'll see the tide shift eventually. But at the end of the day, like, I mean, all we've ever had is each other. So we've just got to bring that work back home.
Good. Because hope is not a plan. And I think that's very important to highlight, is that you have to have plans, like we've mentioned, of, you know, being active and advocating and changing laws and protecting laws that are protective of ourselves and things like that, because you have to have a plan.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Dr. Lentz. And also, local elections matter, and people, right, who do work on policy and people who work in the community, we all have each other. Let's give a big round of applause to our speakers today. Suzanne Ford, San Francisco Pride, Catherine Thompson of Family House, Dr. Sarah Lentz from UCSF, and Jude Diebold of the Human Rights Commission. And just a quick shout out to St. Francis Foundation for helping us put the panel together. Okay, so like I mentioned, we are going to plow through the break, but please feel free if you need to get fresh air and all that good stuff. There are refreshments out there. We will have an amazing reception coming up at 4 o'clock up on the rooftop. It'll be a beautiful day for that. I'm going to invite Shay Franco-Claassen up to the stage to introduce to you to our next panelists. This next panel, this one's a good one. Navigating our differences through civic engagement.
All right, well, good afternoon. How's everyone doing? Okay, well, I know listen, let's, straight the numbers, how we doing? All right. My name is Shay Franco-Claassen. My pronouns are she, her, ella, queen, and I'm a Bay Area native, and I am the political director for Equality California. My colleague Tom was up here earlier, and we're really, really honored to be here. This was when they were sharing about the panels, I was like, oh, this is the panel for me. It is because right now, and the time has been mentioned by all the panelists, is that we're really working through a really tough time. And trying to stop creating division should be our number one goal. So I wanted to start by introducing the amazing panel that is going to do Navigating Our Differences Through Civic Engagement. First, I would like to invite up Pablo Espinoza, who is a co-executive director for Communities United Against Violence. Hola, ¿cómo está? And then we have Victor Canello Ruiz, who is a policy advisor for the Office of the Mayor London Breed. I can't see. Is Victor not with us? Okay, that happens, right? Tis the season. And then we have the amazing Mina Fedor, founder of the AAPI Youth Rising. I know, let's clap for them, yes. And then we have Ethan Su from School Project. He's a school project director from AAPI Youth Rising as well. And then we have Councilmember Brian Colbert. Oh, there you go. I'm sorry, these lights are right in your face. Thank you so much. Does everyone have a mic? All right, we're ready to go. Okay, well, I'll just get right to it. First of all, thank you all for joining. It's very excited to meet you in person. The first question that I want to ask, and this is going to be our starting question, just a brief question. Can you share the overview of your organization and how it contributes to navigating differences through civic engagement? And I guess I can start with you.
Testing. Hi. My name is Pablo Espinoza, he, him pronouns, and I am the co-executive director of CUAV, Community United Against Violence. And we are a direct services organization that's been working in SF since 1979. And we provide services to survivors of violence who are LGBTQ+. And one of the ways that we do engage folks for civic engagement is to give people opportunities to train together, focusing on their healing as well as their ability to lead as members of the community. And that means everything from learning about the history of this country and opportunities to talk about everything from, our economic reality, what is discrimination, what is domestic violence, what is slavery, what is white supremacy, learning all of these things as a community member with other survivors of violence, and thinking about what are the root causes of violence that affect our communities and what can we do to change those root causes. And so that can lead to people wanting to engage civically in movements, in campaigns to address what is affecting our communities. But we have to start with a base of common knowledge and awareness, and CUAV is one place in which we do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Mina?
Yeah, hi, I'm Mina Fedor. I'm a junior in high school, and I'm excited.
Woo!
Yeah. I'm the founder of AAPI Youth Rising, and we believe in the collective power of small actions. I founded this organization with a few of my friends back in 7th grade, but we aim to advocate for youth and Asian American youth. And we do this by creating a platform to do 3 main things. The first of these things is to advocate for teaching the untold stories of Asians in America. So we created a AAPI history lesson that we volunteer to teach in classrooms nationwide. The second thing we aim to do is to create a space for AAPI youth and youth in general to share their voices through speech, art, and writing. And the third main thing that we aim to do is to take civic action in fighting against hate-fueled violence. And we have done that, and we're a proud partner of the California Civil Rights Department. We helped to work with their non-emergency hate reporting hotline that they recently launched, and we gave them advice on how to reach youth in their communities and how to get youth to get more support in these hate incidents and to get them to report these hate incidents more, because they do happen quite often to a lot of youth out there. But yeah, I'm excited to be here.
Ethan, you want to add into that?
I don't really know anything specifically to. Is it on? Hello? Yeah, just to add, I think a little bit, like it's all about promoting youth voices and being able to have youth have a say and really tell youth that, hey, your opinion does matter and you can really go out there and show the world what you want to be and what you believe in.
Thank you. Council member?
Yeah, sure. I'm wearing 3 hats today. I'm actually the first elected African-American official in the history of Marin County. And in San Anselmo, we really focus on providing services to everyone. But I also wear 2 other hats that I think might be of interest to this group today. I'm also the chair of the Transportation Authority of Marin, and we really focus on providing infrastructure improvements throughout the county. And so we try and make sure that everything we do, we're focused on an equity lens. I'm also the president of Marin Transit, and we provide transit service to transit dependent. So if you don't have a car or you happen to be physically challenged or whatnot, or you're a senior, we're trying to make sure that our public transit network is serving your particular needs.
Ooh, I love that. We need that here, don't we? I know, right? I'm like, I would love to be on the transit more. Back in the day, I was on the BART, the VTA, anything I could get on to get where I needed to be. So thank you for leading that. My next question is going to be for you, Pablo. And since CUAV focuses on empowering the LGBT community, what specific programs or initiatives have you found most effective in fostering resilience, engagement among those you serve?
Sure. Thank you for the question. We have a program at CUAV called the Safety Program. That means Survivors Advocating for Freedom Today. And what that program does is brings folks in who have received services at CUAV as a survivor of violence, whether it's domestic violence, hate violence, sometimes it's police violence, sometimes it's been sexual assault, in combination with hate violence or domestic violence. And once they've received services and they want to continue to be engaged in the organizing work that we're doing, they can take our Fundamentals of Healing and Community Leadership training within that program. And then, they can then join, like staff members going to, board of supervisors meetings, giving public comment, learning about what are the ins and outs that are happening at the city level in regards to the government, right? Learning what it is to be an engaged citizen of San Francisco. And what's really important for our work is that more than half of the people that we work with are immigrants, many undocumented, most of them monolingual Spanish speaking. So our services have to be tailored, and our program has to be tailored to make sure that all survivors are engaged and are able to learn from each other, listen to each other, and actually understand each other. So all of our programs and services are bilingual Spanish-English. So we have that as an opportunity for people to engage in that work and to see themselves as part of figuring out where does the LGBT community need to be engaged to make change, to see something happen in San Francisco that speaks to them. And what we know is that someone in a panel earlier talked about how we're a sanctuary city. But what does that really mean? How does that translate to the people that we are serving? Where someone talked about the intersectionality that's happening for these folks is that you may be a survivor of violence, domestic violence, you're queer, trans, non-binary, and you're an immigrant, and you don't speak English, and you're undocumented. So thinking about all of that in a big swirl shows up and wants to be engaged. What are the opportunities that we as an organization can provide for someone where they can actually feel activated and not see being undocumented or monolingual Spanish speaking as a hindrance?
Yeah, I will tell you, as someone who works on domestic violence policy at the state level and federal, and yo soy boricua y africana, so I have these intersectionalities that I also identify with, and we are a brave space for those who want to come to our home and ask for support. I just want to go ahead and go into the next question, and thank you for that answer. I really look forward to working with you more. This one is going to be for you, council member, as someone that works in policy in a municipality. How do you ensure that marginalized voices are included in the decision-making process within your local government in Marin County?
Sure. So I try to make sure, frankly, that all voices are included, because if you don't have everyone included, then you just have a hard time moving forward as a community. So I think we try and figure out what are those particular friction points for every member of the community, recognizing that some groups have more friction points than others. So for instance, if you're a dual working family, like having a meeting at 10 o'clock on a weekday is almost impossible. And how are you trying to figure out how your kids' needs are being met? So I think one of the things we're always trying to do is, one, how do you facilitate that sort of face-to-face? And are there digital tools that we can use? The other things that we did in San Anselmo and as the Transportation Authority of Marin is, to the extent there are groups that have a hard time participating in the public process, we go to them. Right? So we'll have focus groups. We'll have meetings at unusual hours to make sure that their input is heard, and frankly, that they feel it's not necessarily a safe space, but a space that they feel they can communicate honestly and that their voices will be embedded into the decision-making process.
We call those brave spaces. Yes, thank you. Oh, I just love it. I'm coming to Marin. I like what you're doing over there.
You might need to come to San Anselmo.
Oh, okay. And that's right.
Let's be clear. Let's be San Anselmo, and then you can explore
specifically.
and then you can explore the rest of Marin.
You know what? Take me on a tour. Thank you so much for that. Now I'm going to bring it back to you, Mina and Ethan, and ask the question. You both can answer this. Is with AAPI Youth Rising emphasizes on the importance of youth voices. How do you engage young people in advocacies, and what impact have you seen from their involvement?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of ways that youth can be involved in places that you typically would only imagine or see adults being involved with it. But AAPI Youth Rising, we've signed on to several state and federal legislative actions before. We can do things that other, adult-run organizations can do, and youth deserve a spot at those tables. And we deserve to have our voices heard if it's something that's going to be impacting us for the longest amount of time. So we've signed on to AB 101, which is the California Ethnic Studies mandate. We organized like an art show, I guess, to celebrate that as well. We encouraged youth to make art about their diverse backgrounds and what diverse history meant to them, which was really exciting. And another thing that's specifically important for me, but also for the organization, is like reproductive justice and reproductive health is a big thing as well. And we signed on to support the over-the-counter birth control pill that was recently approved by the FDA and is now available in stores nationwide, which is really exciting. So there are a lot of things that people may typically only associate adults with doing, like signing on to these legislative actions, advocating for these certain issues, but youth deserve a spot at the table and youth can take these actions. Yeah, and I guess, Ethan, you can talk a bit more about the lesson as well.
Yeah, I could introduce a little bit about our history lesson. I think the big thing about the history lesson is bring awareness to people, bring awareness to these kids, because it's less about what the actual material is. Like, yes, that's important, but it's what we're leaving them with. So one example I can say is I had a presentation. It was at Cameron House, if anybody's heard of it. And we were presenting and we were going over these lessons and we're asking people, oh, do you know about this event? Or, oh, do you know, like, do you know about the Japanese internment camp? Do you know about Pearl Harbor? And they all knew. But then when we asked them, like, what does it mean? What do these events really mean? What does it mean that 66% of the Japanese incarcerated were American citizens? What does that actually mean? And I think that's the big thing about the lesson. And that's a big takeaway I had, which was this lesson is not the end. It's not, oh, you learn this and you know everything about Asian history. It's basically to the youth saying that this is the beginning for you to be aware and really go out there and advocate for what you believe in, express your voice, and realize the injustices in our community so you can realize the injustices in your community too.
Thank you. I really love that. And it's true, like when you come from, multicultural communities, for me, I have to learn about two different cultures, right? And that be my truth. And to share that history with my children who are an additional, so now we have three cultures, So I really appreciate that work. I'm going to ask you this question for you, Pablo, is in the work that you do when it comes to non-binary people who identify as non-binary and they're immigrants, what are some of the programs you have to really address those intersections? I know you said they come from being, undocumented. They have all these other things. They may have children. They may be working two jobs. What are some of the ways that you support those communities that have those different identities?
Well, for us, really, it is tailoring the counseling and support and advocacy that we do to the conditions that they're bringing in, the situation that they're in, and really not looking at advocacy work or counseling as a one-size-fits-every survivor. We also make sure that the staff that we have at the organization reflects back the community. So we strive to make sure that we are addressing the needs of the survivor that we can, but also keeping linkages alive with other organizations that can provide something that maybe is outside of the scope of what we do. So there may be someone who shows up because there's been an incident of domestic violence, but they are also struggling with a name change situation. We want to get them connected to an organization that could actually give them legal advice and even legal representation to make sure that that they're handling that correctly. Instances in which there's family violence that may not be necessarily from a partner, but actually from like a sibling or a parent, sometimes even a neighbor. So it's really making sure that what we are providing to that individual is speaking to them directly and not something that we're going to pick and choose from another case and try and fit it to what they're going through. And we also recognize that CUAV cannot be the answer for everything that an individual is experiencing. We have to have that humility as an organization and be willing to reach across and build collaboration and coalition and feed that coalition, constantly being connected to these other organizations. Have that be a living, breathing connection and not just here's a piece of paper with the name of an organization and an address, good luck. Yeah. But you have to be maintaining those connections for folks, because if you send them to one organization and they do not get the same warm reception they got at CUAV, they're going to split. Yeah. They're not going to follow through a lot of the time, because they need that reinforcement that community is there for them, not just one person. And, some survivors may feel like I just need to connect with one individual, one counselor, and that's the only person that I want to talk to. And if that is what they're asking for, then that is what we can provide as well. But we also don't want to sugarcoat it and say we're going to be the answer to everything.
No, I love that.
We really have to paint a broad picture. And San Francisco, as a city and county, has a responsibility to a community member to make sure that as many of their needs are being met as possible. So that's a broad spectrum of services.
So what I heard is that not only the work that you do, but having great trusted partners. So when you do those soft handoffs,
absolutely.
So you don't lose that connection that you worked so hard to create in building that trust, where they were honest about the additional things they needed. So the power of great collaborations is what I'm hearing.
Definitely. And we've even had survivors who do have kids who their children are identifying as non-binary. And we're like, okay, have you heard of Lyric? Have you heard of these other services, like for youth? So that, again, we don't want to say, we're the end all be all for you. But maybe, your child who's expressing, wanting to examine gender and talk about it has other youth to talk to them about it.
I love that. At Equality California, while we are a C3, C4, and a PAC, I do all the political work. So I make sure that we have great, equitable policy leaders that we want to support, who will make better decisions, and understanding the intersectionality and the friction points when we're making these types of policies. So we partner with HRC, LPAC, the Victory Fund, because we all do something unique and different. And we have this relationship. We're like engaged. It's like we're engaged. And we have this relationship, but we do soft handoffs. Maybe they want to do things learning about identity, or maybe they want to run for office, or maybe they're an educator. We have this amazing partnership where we hand off. So I really appreciate that part of your work. I think it's very critical to make sure that person is successful and all their needs are met. And then I just want to go back to you, Councilmember, about the friction point. That is my new word. Just so you know, I'm still in it, stick in my pocket. You're going to see it in one of my write-ups. What are some of the ways that you do address the friction point? Because you did mention meetings at 10 a.m. in the morning are not going to work for me if I work a full-time job. And even sometimes at 6 o'clock, what am I going to do with my child who's now out of school and out of aftercare? How are you able to bring everybody in so they can address and you can work through the friction points to come up with something that works for everyone?
Well, I think the first thing is one has to be open. Right? You have to be open. You have to be willing to listen to the community, and the community will say, hey, this is a problem. And so I'm going to do a bit of a departure point, but I have to say, one of the things is I've been staring out in the crowd, and the thing that really, sort of hardens my heart is I see our district attorney from Marin, and I see two of my friends. I see Nancy, I see Mark, and actually I see my wife, Nihal, out there too, because I think it's clear in this kind of work, one cannot operate alone. One cannot operate simply as an elected. You have to be open and engage with all members and facets of the community. And then when you hear what those friction points are, you have to sort of respond constructively and positively. And you simply can't say, it can't be done. You simply have to say, oh, well, this is actually an opportunity for us to rethink how we've been engaging with the community. You come up with a vision, a strategy, and you keep iterating your tactics till you find all those members of the community that you need to reach. So what we've done is we have a really vigorous community engagement platform. We reach out to people individually. We take digital surveys. We go old school, and we simply table where people are. We stand out on the street on a Friday and Saturday night, and we say, hey, I know you're busy, but you might want to care about this. And people say, oh, you know what? I actually do care about it. I care about the community. I care about the future. So I think it's a combination of all of those things that we're doing. And frankly, there's probably some things that some of the young people on this stage are going to say, hey, you haven't thought about that. Yes. And we're open to it.
Oh, I love it. Again, I'm coming for a tour. This question is for Ethan. Your interest in applying game theory to social justice is very unique. How can innovative approaches like this help in building understanding and cooperation among different community groups? He said, I got this. Did you all see that?
So yeah, that was written a while back. So it's kind of like an idea that I had back in like 8th grade that I thought about.
Just in 8th grade, right?
Yeah. It wasn't exactly like game theory because game theory is a little bit different. But like a quick introduction to game theory, it's basically applying math to behavior. So it's like if you do something, it's calculating that through numbers. So you take into account, like let's say if I decide to do something, you take into, there's a choice, but behind that choice, there's a lot of different factors, and it's trying to quantify, like, oh, if it was raining that day, or if the walk was too long. It's trying to quantify that into numbers and taking margins of error. And basically, the whole thing was, there were a couple studies done, and to shorten it, was basically they found out that with only a 30% bias, they had 2 separate variables. So they had a green and a red dot, and randomly put them in a square, and they just had a preference, a 30% preference to be with the other, like, same color. And what they found out is after just a few simulations, they all went into their own respective clumps and they didn't leave. And basically that kind of sums up segregation and splitting of people. And the big question that I wanted to take from game theory is it's not what variable, but what thing can you replace with this 30% bias? Because we all know that it's not going to be 0% bias because we're not all the same. And there's like power in our difference, in our own communities, in us coming together as someone. So we don't want to get rid of that, but how do we create something that can get rid of that segregation, get rid of that split? And I think what it boils down to is awareness. And I think that's the big thing, because being aware does not mean you do not have bias, because no one has no bias. It does not mean you will always choose everything equally, because that's not human. You have your own biases, you have your own community that you want to be with. But being as aware is knowing what biases you have and being able to say, oh, hey, I did that wrong, or oh, hey, my bad, and having an active mindset to say, I don't know this, or I don't know this much about this, and I want to learn more, and I want to continue to learn more till I fully understand what someone else is going through or what someone else may want. Yeah.
I love that. There's this book called Why Are All the Black Kids Sitting Together in the Cafeteria? Have you heard of that? I actually read that book, and it was very interesting. It kind of really taps into what you're talking about, how we tend to naturally, move towards people that look like us, behave like us, come from different communities, because that's how we've been sort of conditioned to live. So it's not at our own fault. That is how the societal norms, and we're like, blacks with blacks, Latinos with Latinos, Asians with, and we tend to do that. And I want to take this back to you, the two of you, because you're the youngest on here, and I will tell you, I'm a mother of 5, and sometimes my young people and my young kids and their friends keep me relevant. I think I'm pretty cool. I'm just gonna throw that out there. But I just wanna know, because you're both so young, you took today off from school, right, to be here? Yeah, exactly. What was the moment, and this is me, I'm off script, but what was the moment that the two of you decided, like what was the the incident or the thing that moved you to say, I want to do this Youth Rising. I want to represent my community. I want to make this initiative and this organization to empower. What was the moment?
I think you're pretty cool as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'd say that I don't know if there was a specific spark of a moment, but we had been hearing a lot about hate incidents, specifically targeting Asian Americans because of, the scapegoating and hearing all our politicians call coronavirus the China virus and all that. And a lot of Asians were blamed for the pandemic, and we were seeing a lot of hate incidents. I was hearing a lot of like unfair and racist comments about Asians at my school too. And we decided that we wanted to do something about it. So we organized a rally in Berkeley back in March of 2021. And I don't know if you guys have been to the Berkeley Marina before, but we did it over there. It was like this beautiful day in March. And we all kind of came together to speak out about that and raise awareness for it. And although the issue was, I don't know, scary and dark, and we were picturing and thinking about, oh, is our family going to be safe? Is our community going to be safe? It was actually a very hopeful day because we were able to bring together all of these different perspectives of AAPI and AAPI youth. And people were actually there to listen to us. And over 1,200 people came out to support us that day. We went up to the bridge going over the highway, and we held up signs. And it was a really hopeful and beautiful moment. And from that day, we decided to keep doing work with, and form some sort of, organization or coalition of youth. We didn't go into the rally thinking that we would start some, movement or form like a nonprofit even. It just kind of naturally formed, and the hope from that day carried on into the rest of our work. So, yeah.
Nice. Did you want to add anything, Ethan?
I guess for me, it's also around the pandemic, and I think it was one thing where, because for me, I grew up in a school which was predominantly Asian, so I didn't really experience any specific like hate towards me, but I've heard it from other places, and specifically during this pandemic, I remember this one time where it was my mom was scared about letting my grandparents go out to get groceries, something they do all the time, because of what had been happening. And for me, that was kind of the moment. It's like, wait, that's not fair, first of all, but why had I not been thinking about this? Why had I not known or really learned about it? And then I think the more I kind of looked into it, it's like, it's very hidden, or it's not hidden, but it's pretty blatant. But it's, when you look at it, it's everywhere. Like, and I just wasn't aware of all this, and I didn't want to learn about it. And I think especially through API Youth Rising, I want to use this platform basically to help kids who may have been going through the same thing I was going through, really realize what's happening. But also, I think when in that situation, when my grandparents couldn't go out, I was very helpless. Like, I felt like I couldn't do anything about it because it wasn't, I couldn't change these people's point of views. I couldn't stop them. I couldn't do anything about it. And I think having a platform like this that has some sort of name that people can display it and will reach other people gives a sense of hope. And it gives kids hope to really address the problems they see in their community. And that's why I joined the organization. Yeah.
I love it. As my son was trying to call me right now. I say that is because I have 5 kids. My youngest is 19, and I remember in the pandemic when all of our kids were at home and we had to adjust to having them do meetings. I was running statewide ballot measure at that time, and a mother had saw me on a panel, and she came up to me, asked for my card, and then called me and said, I'm Filipina, but my daughter is also Black. but I've raised her in the Filipino identity, and I feel like there's a part of her that she doesn't get to be. You mind having coffee with her? And I was like, of course. We had some coffee in Milpitas. Next thing you know, she was telling me about all the racism she faced in her private school. And I'm telling you, this is why I'm so impressed by young people, because they're so way more courageous than I was back then. And I said, well, what do you want to do? Like Michelle Obama said, do something. And so she came to my house and said, we face, institutional racism. It wasn't one place. She's like in friend groups, in school, at my job, And I said, do something. And she's like, I want to start this group. And we started the Brave Space. And we were able to put a flyer out to all the high schools in our region in Silicon Valley and say, if you're interested in having this conversation, show up at this address and get your parents' approval, And I was like, maybe 5 kids would show up. 37, a dean, a pastor, 2 parents, a couple volunteers. And I was like, oh, we need to go back to Costco because I didn't get enough pizza. But I'm saying all this because, to your point, they didn't know what to do when George Floyd died. And as someone who's gone through a lot of trauma that I'm sadly numb to, I was like, I needed to listen to them. I needed to hear how they wanted to do things. And I just needed to be there to support them. And so what they did, similar to what we do, they started this group. We had about, I would say, 3,000 students. But we also did allies, because it's important for us to teach other people from other cultures and do that sharing, so we have this understanding, not acceptance, but true understanding of what each of us have gone through. And I said, well, what are you going to do? So on Juneteenth, they said, we want to march. We want to march for freedom. And I said, well, let's go. Adults in the room, if you need something done, give it to young people. They are the mobilizers. Give it to young people. We thought maybe if we marched from Santa Clara University to San Jose State, we could get about 500 students, to come with us. 63,000 people marched with us in 95-degree weather on Juneteenth from Santa Clara University to San Jose State to the Black Fist statues, all done by 5 young people. I won't take credit. All I did was teach them how to organize. But I say that is because they were thinking about a total movement. They were able to change the minds of adults and make us rethink how we behave, because young people, they mimic us. And so I just want to say, I say that to say, like, one thought turns it into an entire movement. You brought people out to do that. I'm just very, very, very proud of you. So I just want to say that. I'm sorry. Can you give them a round of applause, please? Because I'm telling you, you're the future, and it makes me excited. But then to us ones that we've held the torch a long time, a little longer than the young people, what was it that got you into the work that you did?
CUAV does a lot of domestic violence work. That's a good chunk of the pathway in which people get connected to us. So you got queer, trans, non-binary people talking about incidents of intimate partner violence. And for me, I grew up in a family where there was abuse. And in my family, my mom was the abusive person. And so, but there was also other members of my family who experienced domestic violence. So for me, it was really something that that spoke to me about why people, what are the conditions in which people stay, and how can we give people an opportunity to examine, the dynamics, and not feel hopeless. And CUAV was like the only place that I saw that was working with these communities around this specific topic, and also other people that were already working at CUAV connected me to the organization. But it was really about giving people options, and sometimes that includes people staying in the relationship and navigating how to make requests of a partner, how to, take care of oneself in a relationship in which there is abuse. Because not everyone can just up and leave in 1 second. And that's an example of what's really important about giving people options. And CUAV also works with hate violence survivors. So, being a person of color, being in the community, you already experience hate from varying degrees, from various areas of your life. And, you know, being a dark-skinned person, you know, all of these in a Mexican-American family, you know, all of these dynamics. So for me, it spoke to me. And, you know, presenting in this panel and people talking earlier about hate, and, you know, the first time I ever marched, I was 6 years old, and with a UFW, and it was because people were being treated like, you don't deserve pay, you don't deserve respect, and you're just labor, you're just a tool and a cog in the wheel. But my family taught me different. It's push, and push. Things can change. So for me, I saw that in the organization.
Nice. I love that. Thank you so much. Sometimes we take our pain and turn it into power. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, so earlier on I mentioned I was the first elected African-American official in the history of Marin County. So I had the profoundly unpleasant experience of an individual in my community leaving racist threats against me at town hall. And what was particularly shocking was that the individual left his name, and when the answering machine hung up, he called back because he felt he had not finished what he wished to communicate for me. And certainly, you know, it was incredibly wearing and traumatic for myself and my whole family. And the choice one has to make in that is, does one sort of let it go, or does one attempt to shine a light on it? And so I went public with it. And what I made clear to emphasize was that this individual's attitudes and behavior were certainly not responsible for the community. And the outpouring of support I found was gratifying. But what that allowed me also to do is, unfortunately, like any other community, we are not immune, and there has been a rising tide of anti-Semitism. So I've made a personal effort to show up whenever there's a chance and say, you know, not in our community, not in our town. This does not reflect our community values. So I think that's really how I've gotten into this particular level of work. I was introduced to United Against Hate, and I brought that to our DEI community in San Anselmo, and they put on a program. And that's really what brings me here today. I mean, the work, unfortunately, never ends, but one can always have the personal courage to stand forward and say, this is not how I want the future to be.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to give them a round of applause, everyone. I want to thank you each for being here. And the last thing, can I just have 30 seconds from each of you? Give us one actionable thing that we can do to, you know, to dismantle this type of division and hate. Boom, down the line.
Get connected with people who've already done this work.
Listen to a youth in your community.
Listen to a youth in your community.
That's right.
I think everything, the most important thing to me is my family. So my wife and I always try and make a commitment to invite as many different people from as diversity, however one wants to define it, intellectually, economically, gender, sexuality, into our home, and make them feel welcome as an example to our daughter.
Oh, I love that. And my action item would be for everyone in here, meet someone new and exchange numbers and cards, because the work starts right in this room. Thank you for having us, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you.
Hey, everyone. I know it's been a long day. Thank you so much for being here with us. We have one more panel for you, and then some incredible keynote speakers that'll end the day. And so come on back into the auditorium. If you did take a break, you're up at the rooftop, you're out in the lounge, and get cozy. So I'll give you about 20 more seconds to get seated here. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and introduce you to Amanda Lasik from Blue Shield of California, who will then kick us off for this last panel, our amazing youth speakers. Amanda, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be here today from Blue Shield of California. We're excited to be a part of this panel, learning and listening. For example, in the last panel, I learned always listen to a young person in your community, and young people get things done. So I'm particularly excited also to continue on this youth theme in this next panel, because I've been a part of our Blue Sky Youth Mental Health Initiative since we launched it 5 years ago. And we've been able to provide over 25,000 counseling sessions to young people in our communities, including many here in the Bay Area. And I actually want to cue a video quickly to tell you a little more about the initiative.
I think when it comes to mental health, one of the biggest pressures for youth is stress in general. There's a lot of expectations to be living up to. There's a lot of concerns to be thinking about at any given time. And so I think it's definitely a widespread sense of anxiety and depression that youth are facing.
California continues to have a shortage of mental health counselors. In fact, on average, there's about one counselor for every 500 students. Young people need and deserve the support. Their school communities want to help them and provide those supports, but they just aren't equipped to do it in the way that they would like to. We wanted to increase awareness so that folks knew what mental health was about, and as a way of reducing the stigma and encouraging young people to seek help when they need it.
I think having the Wellness Together resources on our secondary campuses has been really a game changer.
I feel better when I could just let out to someone I trust. I feel like we could talk about anything to the counselors. I think that's pretty great. So to have multiple options and outlets at the school and knowing that it's private and nobody will know about it is it's pretty special.
We've seen thousands, yes, literally thousands of students' lives changed as a result that, again, may not have had a chance to access mental health services had it not been for the Blue Sky Initiative.
The folks that you bring on campus understand that, we have 38 languages in San Leandro. We're mostly Black and brown. Many of us are coming from families who are working extra to make things happen, and that we're bringing the kinds of counselors and services that are relatable.
It's very important. I feel like it should be everywhere in every school. Because, different students deal with different things.
We're trying to build mental health for not just when you're feeling bad, but also just as a form of taking care of yourself, your mind and body. So we're thankful to have folks who help us do that. It's a good thing when educators can feel more optimistic about providing mental health, and that we're not just doing it from a place of intervention or, in a reactionary way, but that we're getting excited about it because we know that there's a lot more we can do.
Just being willing to listen and accepting the struggles that they're telling you is enough for you to feel validated in those emotions and feel like there's someone there who cares to help.
Right. I know I can say I'm always learning from our community partners, school partners, and from young people. I'm certainly learning from the ways that our partners like Wellness Together, NAMI California, Youth Creating Change are really, and Brother We Well are really centering young people and creating safe spaces for them to be and to be heard. So on that theme of learning, I hope you all enjoy our next panel.
Thank you so very much. So we are going to, thank you very much for passing it on to us. We are going to have a discussion with you all about safety and youth conversation with our panel, the Women's Foundation of California. My name is Danye Saunders, and I'm actually going to be passing it over to Miana, but we wanted to kind of do some level setting. And before going into it, I kind of wanted to take you all on a journey with me as we were getting prepared for this panel. How many of you all are plant parents? I am a new plant parent, and my partner is long stem plants entire life. So we do a lot of going to botanical gardens. And this one particular trip a couple of weeks ago, and I'm going to tie this all together. You all get this story because you stuck around, okay? We went to this botanical garden, and I'm looking around at some of these plants, and I'm like, my partner's going, oh, we have this at the house. We have that at the house. And I'm like looking like, there's no way that plant we have at the house. And so I'm engaging with some of the folks that work in the botanical garden, and I'm inquiring, how is this plant growing so massively in this space? And they're telling me, oh, we've got botanists, we've got, you know, all these horticulturalists here that work in this space. The environment is set up to support these plants that are from all these different areas over the world. We've got the temperatures that are providing the perfect climate, and because our staff are well prepped in understanding these plants, we're able to support them to be their best self, right? We're able to create the environments where they can thrive. And so I'm like, this is really unique in terms of the way in which youth development works, right? Our goal in this work is to ensure that young people have the things that they need to thrive, baseline, right? And so as I've been sitting out in the audience listening to folks talk about ways in which the varying spaces in which we show up and in community, how people experience through their own lived experience, the tremendous amounts of hate, crimes that are explicit, implicit. You know, as an adult, we eat those things, right? But as a young person, to show up and be impacted and have varying levels of harm placed on them, we are the botanists, we are the horticulturalists who are working diligently to create the environments, to check the temperatures, right? To make sure the landscaping is correct, so that they can not be the plants in my household, right? That I'm like, ooh, you're struggling over here. They have the knowledge, right? That have the skill, that are well-versed, so that we have the knowledge that we are giving them the tools that they deserve to be able to thrive, right? So I will turn it over to Miana Evans, who will moderate this amazing panel so we can hear from a beautiful group of young people to talk to us about their lived experience and what and why safe spaces are important, right? And invite us into this conversation that has been beautifully curated. And we will hear also from some of the work that Alianza Alliance for Girls has been doing. I'm sorry, Alliance for Girls has been doing in terms of ensuring that safe spaces are prevalent, and that, you know, we can also, as in our community work, we're doing it, right? But are there some areas, are there some gaps that we can fill to be better so that our young people have access to the things that they need? So thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get started. But before we do, I want to introduce myself. Hello, everyone. My name is Miana, and I am the program manager at the Women's Foundation of California for our Summer Leadership Institute. And I'm going to allow each and every one of our panelists to introduce themselves. So go ahead and say your name and, yeah, come on in. That'll be better. Your name and your organization that you're here with. And you all can say your school or a nonprofit that you're affiliated with.
Hi, my name is Maria Blaze, and I'm a fellow at Women's Foundation of California and currently attending Foothill College.
Hi, my name is Kansani Pinar. I am also a fellow with
the Women's Foundation of California. I'm also a youth organizer with the Coalition of Liberated Ethnic Studies, and I go to San Leandro High, and I'm in the Social Justice Academy of San Leandro.
Hi, everyone. My name is Linda Liu. My pronouns are she, her. I am the co-executive director of Alliance for Girls.
So thank you for y'all introductions. We are on the stage. I'm on the stage with some great people. We're going to get started and kick off this panel by asking the golden question of the day, which is, where do we as young people feel the most safe and supported? And I included myself because I do still feel young, even though I'm not. But I'm going to direct this question towards Maria and Kensani. So I want to ask you both, where do you as young people feel the most safe and supported? And we'll go ahead and we will start off with Kensani.
Spaces where I feel the most safe and supported, I'd say, is my Social Justice Academy. Because in those classes, physically, you know, when I walk into the room, there's a bunch of flags. I'm like, oh, I see my country's flag up on there. Or I know there's an altar in the classroom representing like all the ancestors that we're holding space for in the space, which I've never really seen in a school space. And then there's also an area if you're like feeling dysregulated or if you're feeling bad from the school day, you could just, you know, sit, and it's like a couch and some fairy lights. It's really cute, and I've never really seen, you know, in a school setting where my mental health is, you know, recognized and where I could feel safe, you know, yeah.
That is amazing. I know I think back on my high school experience in the spaces. I had to seek out those spaces. So to know that you have that space on campus is phenomenal. And I know a lot of young people appreciate that at your high school. And I want to go ahead and pass it over to Maria to answer that question. Where do you feel as a young person the most safest and supported?
Yeah, so every day after school, my favorite space to be at would be a library. And libraries are not only a place where I could educate myself and also get in touch with my community, but also an extension of a safe space, which a lot of youth don't have at home after school. And I especially appreciate libraries that are owned by people of color and for people of color. And the reason behind that being that a lot of like cultural books are put on display in the front. Rather than like the top selling fantasy novel being at the front of the store, it would be a book to learn more about what my heritage is and like what that means. And I really appreciated that coming home from school every day to like read more and learn more and be around people who are like-minded.
Thank you for sharing. That's a really good answer. And I want to ask you if we can go a little deeper. And I want to ask if you can share a personal experience or a moment in time where you felt really safe and secured and valued as a young person.
Yeah, of course. So as you can see behind us, there is a big SLI symbol. And SLI is a program I was a part of a couple months ago. And SLI was truly like life-changing for me because it was a place where not only women of color were like supported and accepted, but it was a place that encouraged our stories. We learned more about intersectional feminism, policy work, and how like the barriers of entries weren't as high as we thought they were, how much power we held, and how we as youth can make an impact.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was great. That's a wonderful answer. Because I was going to follow up and share a little bit more about SLI, but I think she got it. And for y'all who don't know what SLI stands for, SLI is our Summer Leadership Institute at the Women's Foundation of California. And just like Maria said, we give young people the tools and the resources to be able to go out in their community and fight the good fight and drive that change that they're seeking. And they may not have the tools and the resources to do so at home. So we pack it into a 3 to 4 day retreat. We have lots of fun, great food, right? We swim and have a blast. But at the heart of the program, we really focus on building them up and strengthening their skills so they can feel empowered to do this work at school, at their communities, or create those spaces that they might not have. So shout out to the Summer Leadership Institute. I love it a lot. Whoop, whoop. All right. So I want to go ahead and move on to the next question. And this is directed towards all panelists. And I want to ask, how can we co-create environments where young people feel more secured and valued? And I will go ahead and start with Linda this time.
I'm feeling very envious of these spaces, and I wish I had had them when I was young. And I think that's a part of why I'm in this work now. You know, Alliance for Girls really sees our work sort of like as a horticulturalist in the research and advocacy space, where we are trying to start at the seeds of why we don't have safe spaces, why we don't have young people co-creating those safe spaces, and that's where we see our role really coming from. Like, I'm a researcher, and that's really what my background is, and it's been really interesting to play a research, to do research and then come into a more leadership role. And sort of my research background started with understanding how research in itself recreates these systems and structures that really work against our communities. And so to kind of answer to some of your question is, it starts with co-creating even research spaces, what we think of as knowledge. Something that was shared with AAPI Youth Rising is how important knowledge is, and what sometimes we acknowledge as knowledge gets missed if our young people of color are not creating that, designing the research, saying what we should be looking at. And so one of our tenets is always in youth participatory action research, and the principles of that and in co-creating that really starts with examining power. And so even before we're creating spaces, is we are sort of deconstructing what our lens is as adults. And so one of the workshops we even do at the start is a youth adult partnership workshop, which actually is all about unlearning for adults and how they work with young people, the power that they bring to spaces. And so I think fundamentally that is like baseline. If you're even gonna co-create with young people at all, is you have to sit there and actually unpack yourself first. And then it's about listening. It's about, I think a lot of it is about not assuming that things can't happen. I mean, I think we see and we hear so much and we want to step in. And I think sometimes it's, you know, working with the speed of like trust and patience. And I think trust at the baseline is also fundamental to co-creating those environments.
Wow. It doesn't sound like you all are doing very intentional and amazing work at Alliance for Girls. And I really appreciate you all centering research in the work that y'all do so that you guys aren't just pulling things out of the air. This is exactly what our young people are saying and asking for. So I really appreciate that. All right. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Maria. You were up next. So Maria, I want to ask you the same question. How can we co-create environments where young people feel safe, secured, and valued?
Yeah, when I think about this question, it makes me think about why are young people facing a mental health crisis, as you saw in the video behind you, right? I think what would really help is having workshops to acknowledge issues and disparities, because those disparities exist, and also work on how to fix those issues. Because, I mean, think about it. We are basically being handed down a housing crisis, right? A lot of us are going to work and we know that we'll never be able to own a house. And think about how that contributes into possibly a mental health crisis. So an initiative that was passed for mental health was taking excused absences from schools up to a couple days, I believe, for mental health specifically. And I believe that was passed and spearheaded by youth. So I think creating workshops to recognize disparities and working with youth to solve those disparities.
Thank you. I just found that out. I didn't know that was created by young people. You learn something new every day. You see what happens when young people band together? All right. So I'm going to go ahead and ask you the same question, Kinsani.
I know for me, I feel like SLI is such a good example on how we could create safe spaces. Because remember, I was like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. Because going into the space, the adults weren't really at the forefront, and they were like, you know, you guys got this. And we were kind of able to use our own agency and learn how to, you know, use our wings instead of the adults that already knew how to use their wings and like fly. So I think SLI is really a good example on how we could be feeling seen, because, you know, I feel oftentimes as youth, we kind of have to like, or at least not as youth, but as a Black girl growing up, I kind of had to like be quiet or be at the sidelines, and then someone else will have to do it or be at the forefront. So letting us be at the forefront is really important to me, I think.
Thank you. And I want to actually go a little deeper. So you did touch on having to fall back and letting other people take the lead. So I wanted to know if you had any advice for maybe any other young people, young women of color who may feel like it's difficult navigating spaces that weren't built for them or infiltrating spaces that weren't built or designed to include their voices. Do you have any advice for any young people who might be experiencing those challenges?
I feel like advice that I'd give to like younger me going into this work is you can't push down a wall with one person, you know, you need a team, because doing this work, it's exhausting, it's draining, and having, you know, a support system is dire, really, because you want to be rooted in love. You want to be rooted in love for your community, love for really like everyone. So I think you really need a team and have like good communication in that team, and know that the journey is not going to be linear. You know, you're going to have setbacks. You're going to have, not defeats, but like, you know, there be, you know, stuff. So, you know, just take it with grace, I think would be the biggest thing I'd say.
Thank you for that answer. And all of y'all's answer to this question was very enlightening, I'm sure, to a lot of people. And I really appreciated everything that y'all said. And just thinking about the way the Summer Leadership Institute is designed and how we build young people up to come back as people who have had lived experience. That is their research. We bring them back as peer leaders to come and inform the program and design the program and be at the forefront and speak up about the issues that are facing their communities, and also help design our program for people who may have not had that same courage when they applied in the first place. So they're like big sisters, mentors to the people that come after them. So it's like a full circle moment from the people, the experts who did their research with their lived experience and their experience at SLI and the time they had, going in and creating that space and doing the work to create that space for the people that come behind them is something that's very important, what I really love. And if you look, those are our peer leads up there. You see how Kinsani mentioned how the adults kind of fell to the side? We did. We were watching, but we wanted to let our young people speak and be that voice. So you would never know that last year was her first year in the top, top right corner. And this is a two-time returning peer lead at the bottom. So it's a full circle moment. And what we do is very intentional at SLI. So I'm just really grateful to hear y'all say how SLI has been impactful to y'all. And I'm really grateful that you brought the importance of research and lived experience into this conversation. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next question. And I'm going to direct this specifically, I'm going to start off with Kinsani and Maria, and then I'm going to ask you because I want to go a little deeper. But to Maria and Kinsani, what are some effective platforms and ways that young people can share their stories and experiences?
I really feel like the biggest platform is social media. Like, we're literally scrolling and watching each other's stories every single day, like literal stories. So I think that's really good outreach for youth, like Instagram, TikTok. But it's kind of like a two-sided coin, I guess. Or like, I don't know. Because, you know, there is shadow banning. There is, like, I know on Instagram it's like automatically turned on where you can't really see political things. So, you know, the average viewer, we can't see everything. The media is controlled in a specific way to appease to a certain audience. So I think that, using social media is dire to really get our voices out and use or tell our stories.
Tell our stories through watching each other's stories. And we were outside making a little corny joke, and it didn't hit on stage. We were supposed to all laugh. Stories, Instagram stories. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and pass it along to Maria to share a little bit about how she feels about different platforms we can use to share young people's stories.
Yeah, so something I wanted to focus on specifically is art activism or artivism, right? And if you think about it, right, how we view things is a narrative. Storytellers are what helps us shift the narrative in reality. And let me take a second. And I think being able to change a narrative through storytelling is incredibly powerful, and we do that through art, murals, we do that through books even. Think about how many times you heard a story and that changed the way you viewed something, and how, honestly, how powerful that is, and how artivism genuinely changes the narrative, and how that narrative change impacts a lot of people's lives.
Thank you. And then Maria, earlier today we were talking about education and how education is a very widespread platform. But then you brought up something very, very important about education. You brought up a flaw within education and storytelling through education. And I wanted to see if you were comfortable expanding upon that, because I really enjoyed your answer.
Yeah, so history is written by the winners. We all know this, right? And history in a form is a narrative in itself, right? Personally, as someone who is Vietnamese American, whenever I hear about the Vietnam War, it's about how America fought communism or how many people died, right? But what I don't hear is afterwards how the experiences and traumas of Vietnamese refugees who had to take a boat for months to reach over to America, right? And I don't hear about the stories and the narratives that are told in that capacity. And I think education needs to center on stories that resonate with youth, right? Because if we're talking about how youth are empowered to tell their story, how are youth going to be empowered when their story is not told, when their story is told in a way that isn't in their perspective? How are youth going to feel empowered to tell their story when another story is told, and that is told in education to be objectively a fact and in a textbook, right? So I think we should encourage ethnic studies. I think we should encourage different perspectives and lenses on history, a history that wasn't told.
Yep. Yep. See, and we almost forgot that part. So, yeah, I totally agree. Yes, we do storytelling during SLI, but it shouldn't be the first time that we get together to tell our stories or learn about other stories. It shouldn't be the first time. So I totally agree with that. And I hope we can live in a world where stories are not just one-sided. And yeah, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but I will go ahead and pass it on to Linda, because I have a very specific question to ask you. And I want to know, with what was just shared, how can organizations also serve as platforms and play a role in amplifying youth voices and ensuring that their stories are heard and valued?
That's a great question. I kind of want to pull from what was shared, because I think, similar to what your point is, I think storytelling is extremely powerful. I think we often hide stories behind numbers, and so it's easy to dismiss them. I think that art is an amazing way to also do that. I think it's storytelling, it's visual, it's emotional. And I think, what is unfortunate is we have to talk about platforms. And I think one of the challenging things is, like, we think of platforms as these discrete spaces. What would be really nice is if we created the world the way that works for us, so that you don't need a platform, that what we know, what we see, what we're hearing, the narrative change that's happening is just what exists. And I think when I think about what our role is, we're an alliance organization of girls and gender expansive youth serving organizations of about 120 plus in the Bay and some in LA. Is, we see our role kind of going back is this. To support that is really like how we see it again, the research, how we see the advocacy. And so we know that a lot of our organizations either need the capacity to or use the research that we create. So we make sure that all of our research at this point moving forward is all youth-led, youth participatory. And so any advocacy initiatives that start from there are seeded first and foremost from all the things that are being said here, because we know what's important, we know what we want. And I think we forget that like young people know what they need. Young people know what they want. We have something we shared, we had a community conversation not that long ago. We had 5 research reports spanning 9 years that were all youth-led, youth participatory, and we realized all of the research was still relevant, that there had been no changes, but that as a part of this, we had 150 promising practices, solutions, and recommendations coming directly from young people. And so we were like, well, what's happening that we have all the data we need coming from y'all, so what is it to move it forward? And so I think for us, one, it's supporting organizations to do more youth-based work, to do youth participatory research, to do youth-led activism. And I think it's providing the capacity to do that, but also to elevate and have it for somewhere to go. Because research can fade, and we've seen that. And so how do you make sure that you're setting y'all up where if you're elevating something, that it has somewhere to continue to keep going? Like, you keep like paving that road in front of you, because it is unfortunately still like a little bit new for others. And so have you ever watched curling and you feel like you're just like brushing the ice in front of you and moving the thing forward? And I think that's a lot of sometimes how we feel like our role is in a more institutional setting and a more systems change level and things like that. So that's probably how I'd answer that.
Thank you. And I heard you say something. You said young people know a thing, young people know what they want. And I'm very, very big on, I think we all are, a lot of organizations here today that are youth-centered. We're for meeting them where they're at, sitting alongside them, not standing over them. Yes, they look up to us as adults, but we should be looking up to them as the leaders of tomorrow and making sure that their voices are centered in everything that we do. A lot of organizations receive grants and funding, and that's how they decide to create programming. But we want results like this. We want our young people to be able to come on the stage and talk about how a program has deeply impacted their life or resonated with them or inspired them to pursue a career in policy or advocacy. One of our fellows in SLI, she was like, I thought I wanted to go into the medical industry, but after doing SLI, I think I want to get into policy and advocacy. So that was very, very beautiful to witness that transformation, just the power of sitting alongside young people and amplifying their work in our research and centering our research around what they are saying and what they're asking is very, very powerful. And I'm also very excited to know that we at Women's Foundation are also allowing our young people to publish articles on our website and share things that they're passionate about. Maybe they're not able to, get it published at school, so they're able to do it here. We're able to amplify the work that they're working on and share it with our partners and our funders to see if we can get them help that way. So we're all about stepping back, and I like that. Because I was an activist in high school, and I was always moving and on the go, so I enjoy being able to step back and let them lead. It's very refreshing and fulfilling to watch them do things they do. So kudos to y'all. Y'all are doing amazing. Y'all should run for president or something like that. Yes. And thank you so much, Linda, for the work that you're doing at Alliance for Girls. Very familiar with the organization, and I've been familiar with the organization for years. Y'all have always been doing an amazing job. So I want to go ahead and pass it over to you again, Linda. So I know you did a lot of research, but I wanted to know what is a common theme that you are getting from teenagers from the research that you have been doing regarding their safety or just how they feel in general. I want to know what the common thread is. What are the youth asking for from organizations right now?
It's a good question. I'll probably reference you to those reports because it's coming directly from their voices. We did a youth-led research project called Radical Visions of Safety a few years ago. And I think that all the themes that come from there always feel like they're uplifted in multiple spaces that we see, whether it's other organizations doing similar work, whether it's just the discussion of safety. I think first and foremost is one of the things that's coming up just generally spaces is how we define safety. And so we have a predetermined idea of what it is. And the first thing that we actually did as a part of this report was to ask young people to tell us what safety actually means to them. Because I can tell you from our intersectional lenses, it means something different to everyone. And even just starting with that is you realize that safety is more of a feeling than it is just a physical space. It's not the absence of violence alone. And the ways in which they've defined it and we've seen it over and over is it's about, like, first and foremost, it's about finding a space where you feel trust, whether it's with someone, whether it's in that space. And I think that it comes up a lot. Non-judgment. Can you show up as your whole self? Can I show up not having to participate? Can I show up feeling kind of crappy in my day? How can I show up today where I won't feel judged, that I can be however I want to be? That safety is many other things, including representation. It's about belonging and connection, and it's about consent. It's about boundaries. It's about sovereignty. And I think first and foremost, it's a holistic thing. It's spiritual, it's mental, it's emotional, and it's physical, and we can't divide them. And we often try to address it and do it that way. And I think young people feel that, and they say that in other spaces, whether it's in school, whether it's at home, whether it's in community spaces, whether it's in organizational spaces. So, pushing organizations who already do this work already know that, and it's having other people hear that. I think the biggest flip is that to not put the onus of feeling safe on the young person themselves. Mm-hmm. That is your environment. It is our systems and our institutions that should be responsible for creating those conditions. And so to stop internalizing resilience as the thing that young people should be doing in order to feel safe. So I think that those are some of the things that we've been hearing. That's the things that we see so many amazing organizations that we work with that really cultivate that.
Yes, give it up for her answer. That was a really, 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 really great and loaded answer. And I shared this story when I first had the opportunity to get on Zoom with you, but I remember taking some young people to the Alliance for Girls Los Angeles kickoff event. And I remember they literally flew around that event all day because they felt so safe. Like, they had such a ball there. And it's also, I feel like creating safe spaces for youth, of course, comes from like the structure that we build, but also the type of people that we hire to run these safe spaces and to be over these safe spaces. I feel like young people can sense energy, and they can recognize home in people, and they can recognize when other adults feel strongly about their existence. So I really appreciate just other adults that are in a space with me that allow young people to just be however they want to show up, whatever they want to say, whatever they want to do, just being that person, that liaison between them and resources, and not, imposing our ideas or our beliefs onto them. So I really, really appreciate every adult in here who works at an organization who is intentional about the energy that they give off around young people, because they can pick up energy, and that can change your experience and change their experience at your organization or at your program, how you interacted with them, what you said to them, the face that you made, the way that you made them feel. Like someone mentioned earlier, feeling is very big for young people. So be aware of that and the energy that you give off. I always make sure that I check my whatever I got going on at the door when I'm coming around young people, because they're already going through so much, and I don't want to be another obstacle in their way of being great. So, yeah, that's a good point. Yep. All right. So I believe that we had a slide that we were going to put up. Yes. So did you want to share a little bit about this slide?
These were the definitions of what safety and healthy relationships really looked and felt like coming from young people. And so I think there's always room to grow and build, of course. But it's a nice start to kind of rethink a little bit of what safety might look and feel like. But it's funny, I feel weird about even talking about this. I feel like I would just pass this over and then get other people's, anyone else on the panel's reflections on if any of these even feel relevant still. And I think that's where we're next in this conversation, is to let these terms also evolve as young people evolve. Our environment evolves. So you can kind of see, if you want to look at the report, there's a website here as well.
Okay, I'm gonna give us some time because I want to look at it too. So let's do about maybe really quick little skim. I'll read out the bold points: trust, non-judgment, comfort, boundaries, respect, fun. That's my favorite part. Self-love, representation, sovereignty, acknowledgement, belonging, connection, and basic needs. And it says radical visions of safety for girls, by girls. That is amazing. I really love the artwork as well. All right. Thank y'all so much. I'm going to go ahead and I'm pretty sure it's time to wrap it up. So I'm going to go ahead and ask y'all 2 more questions. It's not going to be really long, but really quickly, I want to ask you all, what does a feminist future look like for youth advocacy and empowerment? And how can we work towards that vision together? I know y'all. I'm going to repeat it. What does a feminist future look like for youth advocacy and empowerment? And how can we work towards that vision together?
I think something SLI focused on that really resonated with me is intersectional feminism. And this meant that multiple layers of my identity were researched. That meant what it meant to be a woman, what it meant to be a Vietnamese woman, and how that impacted my experience. So I personally really resonate with the title of intersectional feminism, and I think a feminist future for youth considers levels of identity and how that impacts people, because the reality is we are all different. We all have different experiences and different identities, and that impacts us. So I think embracing that is really important for youth, and shaping a future based off of that is really important for youth. So thank you so much, SLI, for teaching me more about that and making me really accept that form of feminism I haven't really heard of before.
No, thank you. All right. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask Linda, and I'm going to Kansani after. Sandwich method.
Okay. All right. I'm going to do a very micro look at that, and then very macro, which is I feel like that future we try to practice first. You have to sort of practice it first in the home that you live. And so I think about our team and the culture we try to create in our organization, both in terms of who is a part of it and how we listen to all those voices. And as a team, we do visualizations, and we think about what is the type of environment we want to create, and what sounds do we hear. Are there smells that we smell? Is there things that you're tasting or seeing or hearing? So I'm starting from that kind of lens. And our team has talked a lot about there's tons of light and there's plants, and it's multi-generational, and we hear kids, but we also see adults and we see young people. We're co-creating, we're talking, we're laughing. And we smell cookies, we smell coffee, we, see people working and there's workstations, but there's also all these other different areas that you can go to, and there's games and it's fun. And I feel like sometimes on the very micro level, it's really nice to tap into that for a second, because then you can pull that out on a larger level. Another thing I think about very, very conceptually is I think often about how so many of the values that we think we have in the West particularly really come from like the same couple of like dead old white male philosophers. And I think to myself, what would it be if our world was created with like philosophers that I love, and that those were the fundamental values that were created, like if Audre Lorde and Bell Hooks and Gloria Anzaldúa and Angela Davis, if we used those and created this world based off of those values, how different things would look. And I think that's kind of on the small and the big level.
Thank you for sharing. I appreciate your answer. I love Audre Lorde. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Kinsani.
I don't even know what to say after you guys said it. It was like amazing, and I totally resonate with what both you guys said. I don't know what a feminist future looks like, but I feel like for us to have a feminist future, we need to be rooted in humanity, to just be able to be sad, to be mad, to be happy, and exist outside of this capitalist, individualist system that we live in and we're surviving in. I don't want to be able to just survive. I want to be able to thrive. I want to be able to cultivate love, like what we're doing in this space, I think is a step towards having a feminist future. Because looking at all this stuff on the list is like, this is what we need. This is what I think youth wants. And for us to make genuine change, we need to focus on the things on this list presently, and then educate, looking at our past and being like, oh, we've been doing like we've been going through this for centuries, for decades, and to really decolonize and to liberate, for youth, for adults, for elders, so we can all collectively be free,
Right. That was a great answer. All of your answers were great, and I hope everybody was taking notes. The hope of this panel was so that y'all can hear from our young people directly in organizations working for our young people, hear what are some actionable steps that y'all can take home, to y'all environments, to y'all's organizations, to make sure that you are not just doing programming, but creating impactful programs that'll change lives and build up young leaders who can then change lives. So as we close out this panel, I want to ask you all what y'all's call to action is. So if you can leave anybody here with a piece of advice on how we can co-create safe spaces, let's say what we can do to work to create a safe space over the next 2 weeks, because I know I don't want to give us a long time frame. Let's get to work. Over the next 2 weeks, what advice would you give people?
My friend once said a quote, and it's stuck with me since then. It's better to be brave than to be perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Last panel, I'm not sure if you saw them, there was a council member. One step that youth can do right now, today, is join a youth advisory commission. And what that means is, as a youth, you have an opportunity to create policy, right? You have an opportunity to organize youth and present yourself at a city council level, and also organize at a city council level. And I think that's truly powerful, being a commissioner from District 5 in San Jose myself. So I think something you could do today, right now, attend city council meetings, speak on what you resonate with, and maybe even create policy as a youth member.
Oh, that was amazing. That was amazing. All right, Kinsani, how can we be brave today and co-create those safe spaces for young people?
I think action we could take towards creating these spaces is educating first, putting theory into practice and then really acting on it. And finding what works for you, because I know you love policy work, but policy work really isn't my cup of tea. But I like art, I like healing through, one-to-one conversations. So I think finding what works for you and then putting that into praxis is dire, like being in youth-led initiatives, being in these spaces is what we need.
Thank you. And you know what? She said that you're not into policy work and finding what works for you is important. And I want you to know there's all types of activists. There's people who march on the front lines. There's people who write a mean paper. Like me, I'm a great writer, but I don't know if I could be bold enough to go march in the front on, and do, all types of stuff like that. But I'm very reserved and I can do my work behind the scenes. There are people who are healers and nurturers, but they're also activists. Like they take care of the people who are also working. There are people who work at nonprofit organizations that are activists just in being there for young people and leading these programs and leading the work and building up leaders. So there's different ways to be an activist. So I felt you on that because sometimes when I hear the word policy, I'm like, but I do realize that's what scares a lot of people. The fact that they think that you have to run for president or like become the mayor. There's lots of different ways to get involved and move the needle when it comes to policy and driving social change. So yes, just want to give you a little blurb about that. But I want to pass it over to you, Linda.
I think, there's so many different roles that we have people that work in organizations and we have funders, we have policymakers, we have government. And I would say to commit to something that is youth-led and not just like lightly youth-informed. Something where young people are a part authentically, where it's not just performative, and to either commit to funding it, to commit to figuring out how to create a youth advisory council or doing youth-led research or doing youth-led activism is whichever part, depending on whatever your role is, to figure out how that seed can be a part of what you do.
Yes. You've been dropping gems this whole time. Yes. I like when you said make sure some things are not lightly youth informed. Because I feel like a lot of people cut corners by, we have a little board and we let them come sit at our table and we know we had something for them. But how many organizations in places are letting people come to speak on a panel and willing to share their platform to uplift and amplify the voices of young people? Or how many people are creating programming directly around surveys and feedback that they've gotten for youth? That is what's influencing how they're choosing to spend their money. So I really, really appreciate everything that y'all have said. I know it's time to go. And I said, oh my gosh, I don't know what to say. I was up here just running my mouth. All right, y'all, give it up.
Thank you so much, our brilliant youths. Thank you to the Women's Foundation. I know. All right, we have another program this evening. We got to get out of this room, but I have one speaker who's going to do final comments from the Civil Rights Department. I want to introduce Director Kish here. So before you go, I know we got the rooftop celebration. Don't leave yet. But Director Kish, welcome to the stage for your final remarks.
Hi. It's so nice to be here. The last panelists were talking about creating safe spaces, and I don't know if you guys felt this, but when you walk into this room, there's this kind of calm and peace, and it's really nice. So thank you for creating that space for everyone who's up here. My name is Kevin Kish. I'm the director of the California Civil Rights Department. We are a state agency, and our mission is to prevent and combat hate and discrimination across the entire state of California. I'm gonna just share a few words with you today about how we do that. But I really want to emphasize that we can't do it without you, right? There's only so much that government can do, and we can't do anything without the support and trust of the people we're serving. That's what United Against Hate Week is all about. It's about coming together in solidarity. It's about reminding our communities, but also reminding each other that we're not alone in the fight against hate and discrimination. And it's about spreading a message of hope and also vigilance in the fight against hate. So thank you. A sobering statistic that many of you may already know. In California, reported hate crimes nearly doubled between 2019 and 2023. In response, now let me pause for a second and say, one thing that we know about hate is that it is often not reported, right? So when we hear about dramatic increases in reports, I always want to be cautious because one thing that can be happening and that we know is happening is an increase in acts of hate. Another thing that can be happening is that people are reporting it, which actually is an indication of trust. So all we know is that the reports nearly doubled in 3 years. That's alarming. It's shocking. And in response, our governor, Governor Newsom, and the California legislature have made some historic investments in combating hate and created programs that have never existed before in this state. These include Stop the Hate grants, which go directly to community organizations that are providing support to survivors of hate. It includes the Commission on the State of Hate, which is a research body housed within the department that I lead that is studying the phenomenon of hate and how most effectively to combat it and how to most effectively talk about it in a way that doesn't amplify it. It includes a community conflict resolution unit that we operate out of the Civil Rights Department, where we send trained mediators into communities on the ground to help people come together to resolve tensions that are resulting from hate or discrimination across an entire community. You can learn more about that on our website. And we also have California versus Hate, which I'm going to spend a few moments talking to you about right now, which is a nation-leading multilingual hotline to provide people a direct pathway to support when they experience an act of hate. And let me say, before I even tell you anything about this program, it would not exist without years of advocacy from people like you in communities that know what is happening to them and know what they need and fought for it, right? Government programs don't spring up unbidden like flowers in the spring. They are fought for, right? And so people fought for this program. So California versus Hate Resource Line and Network, also operated out of the Civil Rights Department, is the very first in our state's history statewide hotline where people who are targeted for hate can report it, but not just report it, be connected directly to resources that they identify as needing in order to move on. And it won't come as a surprise to you in hearing that this hotline was developed in consultation and collaboration with community groups across the state. We held more than 100 community meetings with different groups as we were developing this hotline. And a concept kept coming up in these meetings, which was the concept of trust. You heard the last panel talk a little bit about this when they were talking about safety. So many people who are targeted for hate lose trust in themselves, in their communities. So many people targeted for hate already don't trust government. So what can we do in the government, but also in our communities, to rebuild that trust? Because that is what anti-hate work is really about, is rebuilding trust. So our line is not a law enforcement line. We can help you connect with law enforcement if that's what you choose to do, but it is not a law enforcement. You won't be referred to the police. It is confidential. You can report anonymously. No one is going to ask you for your immigration status, although we can help connect you to immigration services, including legal services, if that's what you identify as needing. You don't have to be a legal expert. You don't have to know if what happened to you is a crime before you call us. You don't have to know whether it violates any law at all. All you need to know is that something happened to you that felt like hate, that you were targeted because of who you are, your race, your gender, your sexual orientation, your disability, or any other personal characteristic. And you can report to us and get connected with support. And you can report in multiple languages. You can report in 15 languages online in the written filing system, or you can report in more than 200 languages when you call the number. And what happens when you do? If you choose, we will connect you with what we call care coordinators who are going to help you identify resources in your community that will give you the support that you need. For many people, that's legal services. It's legal aid. For other people, it might be financial assistance. It might be help navigating a state bureaucracy like the Victims' Compensation Board in California. It might be mental health services and counseling in the language that you speak. And in our first full year on the job, this program was launched in May of 2023. We celebrated 1 year of running the program in May of this year. In the first year, we received more than 2,000 contacts from members of the public. Now, not all of these related to hate, but even the ones that didn't, we were able to connect people with services. Of those contacts, we received more than 1,000 reports of hate from across California, from more than 80% of our counties in the state. And this is the statistic that gives me hope in the face of this rise. 2/3 of the people who called agreed to follow up for care coordination, and we've connected people with more than 100 different types of services on the ground in the places where we live. And I'm gonna give you an example of what that looks like. We were in Los Angeles on Friday to launch United Against Hate Week, and we heard from a man who got services through a very similar program that started in LA called LA versus Hate that we actually modeled our program on. And he described living in a housing situation where there were people in the front house and he lived in the back house, and they brutally assaulted him because he's gay. And he couldn't move because he didn't have anywhere to go. And for a period of years, he was taunted, he was tormented by these people who had assaulted him, and he felt that he didn't have anywhere to go, that he couldn't have people to his house, and that he wasn't safe in the place that he lived. Through calling the hotline, he was connected with housing services that helped him identify another housing opportunity and leave that place. That's the kind of direct service that we can help people provide. I'll give you another example. There's a woman named Hong Lee who you might have seen a viral video. In 2020, she experienced an act of hate at a restaurant in Los Angeles where another customer told her to go back to Asia and then harassed her for more than 2 minutes as other restaurant customers and employees stood by and watched. Her video went viral, and when it did online, she received more hate. But she didn't take the video down, and she didn't stop speaking out. She came to us and to many other organizations. And through our team at the Civil Rights Department, we actually helped mediate a settlement where the restaurant has provided bystander intervention training to its own staff to prevent it from happening again. And this is key because what she wanted was not monetary compensation from this other person who had harassed her. What she wanted was to prevent it from happening to someone else. And I keep coming back to this. We keep hearing it in the stories, that even as someone experiences what might be one of the worst things ever to happen to them, so many of these people want nothing more than to prevent it from happening to others. Folks, that is a source of tremendous hope that we can hold on to. So, if you or someone you know has been targeted for hate, you can call our hotline. I'm going to say the number for the people in this room, but also for the people who might be watching online now or in the future. The number is 833-866-4283. That's 833-8-NO-HATE, and you will get assistance from trained staff in over 200 languages. You can also report online at cavshate.org, californiaversushate.org. So, if there's a theme that I would like people to take away from the day that we've spent together, it's this. Hate is not new, right? You guys know this. We all know this. It's not new, but neither is coming together in solidarity to combat it. And I'm going to give you just a few examples from history about what I mean. Nearly a century ago, starting in about 1930, this is at the beginning of the Great Depression, there's significant economic hardship and anxiety, and anti-immigrant sentiment is on the rise. A policy emerged in California that was called Mexican repatriation. And this is when more than 1 million people who were identified as Mexican were unlawfully deported back to Mexico on trains, including a majority, many hundreds of thousands of people who were in fact American citizens. They were rounded up by local groups and they were put on trains. Going back a little bit farther, during the gold rush era, widespread anti-Asian violence in this state, including the worst example of communal violence in Los Angeles history, which was the murder of at least 19 Chinese immigrants in Chinatown in 1871 in mob violence. Going back farther, pre-Civil War, California was more pro-slavery than almost any other free state in the Union. It had an aggressive fugitive slave law that empowered white residents of this state to kidnap and traffic free black people back to slave states and back to bondage. So this history is part of us. It's part of who we are as a polity, as a society. But it's also not new for communities to come together and to fight it. So there's Frederick Douglass, who escaped from his enslavers in Maryland to become the most famous abolitionist of the 1800s, who after the Civil War, in the immediate aftermath actually, in 1867, gave a speech in Boston speaking out against restrictions on Chinese immigration into California and calling for the full rights of citizenship and voting for Chinese immigrants. In the 60s, closer to our own time, Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta joined hands with Larry Itliong and Filipino farm workers to advocate for economic justice in the fields and beyond. Today, the people you saw on this stage working together between and across communities, this too is our history. So we have a history of hate, violence, exclusion. That history is alive. We see it in the reports. We also have a history of solidarity, of mutual aid, of reaching across and between communities to support each other. That history is alive. It is here, breathing in this room. You've chosen to be part of that history, right? Everybody who's here, everybody who's watching has chosen to be part of that history, and you can carry it forward. And that's what United Against Hate Week is about. So I encourage you to look at the events calendar and find an event to participate in, to lead. If you don't see one in your community, there's never a time like the present to start one. For those of you who are here in the Bay, join us this Thursday evening at the Oakland Asian Cultural Center for a joint forum held by the Commission on the State of Hate and the California Civil Rights Council about hate targeting people with disabilities. You can find more details on our website, calcivilrights.ca.gov. And carry it forward. Be the living history that we know is part of all of us. Thank you for being here, for being engaged, for being part of the fight against hate, and for being part of our history. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle.
Okay, let's go have our healing celebration. We have some special guests and performers in our final conversation with Shayna Dom, who's with the San Francisco Giants. Woohoo! Go Giants here in the Bay Area. So I'll see you all on the rooftop. Hit the elevators, hit R for rooftop, and let's celebrate. Thank you so much to the California Civil Rights Department, California versus Hate. Thank you to Blue Shield of California for making this event happen, and then special partnerships, Women's Foundation of California, St. Francis Foundation, the Bamboo, who generously donated food for today, woo! And who do great work in the Southeast Asian community, and of course, the San Francisco Human Rights Commission, the Commonwealth Club, World Affairs of California. Michelle Miao, see you up there.